Please, be seated.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The honourable member for Calgary Glenmore has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the start of the annual 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. This international campaign begins on November 25th, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Mr. Speaker, I know that all members of this Assembly will agree that violence against women and girls impacts everyone. Every Albertan deserves to live free from fear that they will be hurt because of their gender. Unfortunately, this year has been especially challenging in our fight to address this and prevent this type of violence. The COVID-19 pandemic has demanded that we do our part to stay home to help prevent the spread. Unfortunately, we know that home isn't always the safest place for everyone. The stresses of the pandemic and our economy have produced a significant increase of calls to sexual and domestic abuse support lines. Alberta's government responded to this with an additional $5 million to support women and children fleeing violence during the pandemic, ensuring they had access to the supports they needed. But we aren't stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We know that gender-based violence cannot be solved overnight. That's why our government will continue to pursue creative and innovative ways to address it and to support community organizations in their work. The 16 Days of Activism campaign is one such creative way to spread awareness and encourage people to take action to prevent and address this violence all year long. I encourage everyone in this House to follow Alberta Women on Twitter to learn more about resources available and about upcoming seminars and events they can participate in. This includes an online vigil we will be hosting on December 6th, the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Even with the restrictions of COVID-19, it is important for Alberta's government to recognize and honour the impact that day and the lives of the 14 women lost at L'École Polytechnique at the Montreal Massacre 31 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, the government likes to claim that Bill 47, a key piece of their agenda this fall, is all about workers and restoring balance, but nothing could be further from the truth. Here is the truth. Bill 47 is a mess and bad for workers. The three foundational rights workers have in health and safety, the right to know, the right to participate, the right to refuse, have all been significantly limited and weakened. I spoke at length last night during debate about the damage being done to the right to refuse dangerous work. This is the last line of defense to keep workers safe, making sure a worker can stop, be taken seriously, have their safety concerns addressed, and make sure their rights are protected. Now it's less clear when a worker can refuse because the definition is less clear. If they do refuse, workers will now be isolated, left alone to make their case to their employer, and after Bill 47, they may not get paid because they refused. The right to refuse has now been rewritten so that a worker has to wait for the employer to write a report before they can contact occupational health and safety. This makes no sense unless you're trying to stop workers from using this important right. And to be very clear, Alberta workers have not used this right very often in the past. But this bill is so much more than that. Through the changes to the Workers' Compensation Board, if a worker is injured on the job, they will now receive less support and benefits to help them stay afloat and recover. And the changes are designed to put these reductions back into the pockets of corporations by transferring surpluses back to them. As workers have their supports reduced or have increased difficulty getting compensation or benefits approved, they and their families will fall into hardship. And this is happening in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. While workers are already suffering, many of them contracting COVID or isolating because of COVID. Let's be very clear, Bill 47 is not about restoring balance. Just like everything this government has done in labour, this bill is about swinging the favour towards corporations and away from workers. Once again, this government is putting on full display who they represent, and it's not the workers of this province. For the UCP, deep pockets run the legislative agenda, and Bill 47 makes that abundantly clear.
The honourable member for Athabasca Barrhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Brook Observatory is located about 100 kilometres northeast of Edmonton in Thorhill County. In 1946, the United States and Canada agreed to work cooperatively on space science projects, particularly meteorite observations. As part of this agreement, several observatories were established in the U.S. and Canada at strategic locations best suited to capture the night sky. The Newbrook Observatory opened in 1952 and was equipped with a sophisticated Super Schmidt meteor camera. From 1952 to 57, it was business as usual at the observatory as the meteor camera captured thousands upon thousands of photographs and spectrographs used to research our upper atmosphere. However, on October 4, 1957, as an unsuspecting United States and Canada learned of the USSR's successful attempt to launch a satellite into orbit, the Newbrook Observatory bore witness to one of the seminal moments of the 20th century, the launch of Sputnik 1, the world's first artificial satellite, a 185-pound, 23-inch wide ball with 4 radio antennas. Less than a week later, Art Griffin, resident scientist at the observatory, took the first North American photograph of Sputnik 1, confirming the Russians' claim. For one moment, the world stood still, observing a photograph of a 23-inch ball, a silver streak across a black sky. The event that started the space race was first photographed in Newbrook, Alberta. The Canadian government closed down the observatory in 1970, but I am proud to say, due to the work of several dedicated volunteers with the Newbrook Historical Society, the site is being turned into a museum and the camera is back in its rightful home. I encourage all Albertans to research the story of the Newbrook Observatory and to visit the freshly renovated home of this historical piece of equipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday has a statement to make.
Yesterday, this Premier and his UCP government stooped to a new low as they leveled a ridiculous insult at workers in this province. They said that the public sector does not generate wealth, implying that they don't add value to our province and the economy. These are people on the front line of the fight in the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker. They are literally putting themselves in the path of a deadly virus to care for our sick loved ones and provide other supports and services that we need. It's become quite clear, Mr. Speaker, with this UCP government, if you're not with them, then you're against them. We've seen frontline healthcare heroes speak out about the conditions in hospitals. We've seen them speak out against how wrong it is for this government to be threatening to fire thousands of them once the pandemic is over. And rather than finding common ground with these workers or offering an olive branch, the UCP has chosen to demonize them over and over again. We've seen teachers and school staff speak out about class sizes and a lack of support for students, and the UCP's response was to fire thousands of them in the spring through a single tweet. Mr. Speaker, a healthy economy relies on a healthy population. A healthy economy relies on a strong and well-supported education system. A healthy economy relies on grocery store workers, custodians, and on and on. Our economy is struggling now more than ever because of the complete lack of action from this UCP government. But rather than looking at themselves and realizing they're the problem, the Premier and his caucus continue to attack those who speak out against them. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, the outcry against this government is growing louder and louder by the day. Again, this UCP government has made it very clear, if you're not with them, you are against them. But Mr. Speaker, I suspect that there are more Albertans against this government today than ever before.
The honourable member for Red Deer South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decision yesterday to reject an NDP socialist police state lockdown was the right one. Albertans will rise to the challenge and bend down the COVID curve. Mr. Speaker, socialism is in opposition to liberty. It can only exist through the rough fist of the state. Socialism is fixated on fighting over a pie, not growing it, and inevitably shrinking it. When legal plunder displaces work as a ruling principle, a sustainable society is lost. Socialism is soul-destroying, infecting a people with diseases of dependence and idleness. Mr. Speaker, a people that is dependent is not free. An idle people is not happy. We raise a voice of warning and of hope. Canada is marching towards bankruptcy, threatening to take Alberta down with it, adopting policies of economic self-destruction, undermining the capacity of its rainmaker partner, Alberta businesses and families, to provide for themselves and others. Mr. Speaker, Alberta must protect itself from a socialist decarbonization reset, disconnected from economic reality and bankrupt of a vision of hope. A vision of hope is not one of anger, but it is principled, speaking the truth in love with firmness of mind. The right path forward is for Alberta to seek great self-reliance. Socialism fears self-reliance. Consistent, deliberate effort towards self-reliance will yield results and opportunities sooner than anticipated. Enacting all fair deal recommendations is a good start. Better days are ahead.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
The Premier hid from Albertans for 12 days. He dithered and procrastinated while thousands of Albertans were infected with COVID-19 and dozens died. The majority of those deaths were seniors, the very people this Premier promised to build a wall of protection around. He didn't do a single thing to protect seniors in long-term care yesterday, not one single thing. He spent a lot of time defending his small package of half measures to the extremist fringe of his caucus, but not a single word on new safety measures for seniors. That's unforgivable. He failed to act to protect the Albertans who are suffering and dying the most. He showered private operators with grants and corporate handouts, but he completely failed to hold them accountable for the staffing collapses in facilities like South Terrace Continuing Care, where almost every single resident has been infected. And Rivera says they don't have the staff to get everyone out of bed in the morning. Would anyone on that side of the House be okay with their parents living in those kinds of conditions? Clearly, they are okay with other people's parents suffering because the Premier failed to produce the provincial staffing strategy for continuing care that we have called for since the spring. In fact, he's moving in the opposite direction, lifting the single-site rule for private operators who have lost control of outbreaks in their building. Instead of forcing profitable corporations like Rivera and Extended Care to uphold their obligation to keep people safe, they're bending the rules and increasing the spread of COVID-19 to those facilities. Gary Mason of the Globe and Mail wrote yesterday, quote, "When the history of the country's response to COVID-19 is written, there will surely be a chapter devoted to Alberta's government bewildering and in many ways grossly negligent response to handling the crisis," end quote. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this Premier's failure more bewildering and more deadly than his failure to protect Alberta's seniors.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, we are facing uncharted waters with a global health pandemic, a global recession, and low oil prices. Recently, we introduced a one-of-a-kind pilot program for international travelers. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Alberta's government has highlighted the importance of protecting the lives and livelihoods of everyone. This plan introduces a new rigorous testing and monitoring program to reduce the mandatory 14-day quarantine for travelers. Travelers who decide to participate in the program will receive a COVID test upon entry into the country before headed into quarantine. If the test comes back negative, travelers will be allowed to leave their quarantine so long as they commit to getting a second test on day 6 or 7. Travelers will be closely monitored through daily symptom checks, required to follow enhanced preventative health measures like wearing a mask in public places, and avoid visiting high-risk groups. Mr. Speaker, this will allow individuals that need to travel for work having a shorter quarantine period, meaning that business leaders can continue to operate their business during these challenging times. This program is welcoming news to help jumpstart Alberta's economy. Our government is looking at ways to reduce quarantine periods while protecting the health of Albertans. The pilot will engage both levels of government as well as industry and research partners. This pilot program marks an important step in our recovery plan, allowing businesses to operate in a safe and effective manner. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to see this program, and I sincerely hope to see something similar in the Edmonton area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 12 days, Albertans were abandoned by their premier. He abandoned Alberta as the COVID case count climbed to record highs and families and friends were devastated by the deaths of their loved ones. 13,000 Albertans were infected by COVID-19 and this premier vanished, leaving Alberta with no leadership. 94 Albertans died, while this premier and his cabinet made excuses for his cowardly and shameful behavior. While hiding from the people he was elected to serve, the premier found time to talk to UCP donors. He joined Zoom calls and took questions in private meetings. Meanwhile, the worst health minister Canada has ever seen claimed that it was impossible for the premier to be able to talk to Albertans. The premier was available to join a $1,000 per ticket scotch tasting, but refused time after time after time to stand with the chief medical officer in answer to Albertans on the most dangerous public health crisis in a generation. Now, Dr. Hinshaw has done so much, and she has worked so hard during this pandemic, but yet even she became just another Albertan this premier abandoned and left to stand alone. All this from a premier who lectures Albertans about the importance of personal responsibility. From a premier who once proudly claimed ultimate responsibility for his government's response to COVID, he was happy to take credit for the good work, planning, and preparation of public health officials and frontline healthcare workers in the spring, but yesterday, he failed to take their advice or have their back. He failed to give them the tools they need to keep Alberta families and businesses safe. Instead, we got a grab bag of half measures, more designed to appease the extremist fringe of his own caucus than to protect the Alberta public. Albertans deserve far better than this, far better than a premier that ducks his responsibilities and refuses to lead. Shame on this premier, Mr. Speaker.
For Drumheller Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not long ago, I had not heard of the Great Reset. It's only since the emails and phone calls I've received from constituents asking for comment that I looked into the term. Now it's on the cover of Time magazine, and the American media is quoting our Prime Minister. This past September at a United Nations conference, Trudeau showed his true intentions for Canada's economy. He said this pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic efforts to reimagine economic systems. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that struggling, unemployed Albertans who have lost so much and are desperate for hope will take little comfort knowing our country's leader views their plight as an opportunity to drive and accelerate his agenda. Alberta already has the resources right here to produce affordable, clean energy solutions for ourselves and the world. We are pragmatic leaders in clean energy technology, and our companies are already global leaders in environmental social governance standards. This is truly a scary suggestion that the Prime Minister of Canada is willing to throw Canadians under the green bus in exchange to freeze out oil and gas, agriculture, and natural resources. Trudeau has enough on his plate to worry about, and he should focus on supporting Canada's small businesses and job creators. He should stop worrying about a fantasy economy and salvage the one that we have and that so many families are relying on. MP Pierre Poilievre says it best in his new petition, Canadians must fight back against global elites preying on the fears and desperation of people to impose their power grab. I urge Albertans to join in and sign his petition at www.withpierre.ca/stopthegreatreset and tell Ottawa to focus instead on protecting the lives and livelihoods of hardworking Canadians.
Honourable members, it's time for oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, before we can even get to the substance of the new COVID-19 measures that the Premier announced yesterday, he owes Albertans some answers. For 12 whole days, the Premier vanished off the face of the earth while cases exploded, while pressure on the health system spiked, and while people worried about their economic security. While other leaders addressed their citizens, yes, even by video chat if necessary, this Premier went dark for 12 days. Premier, why didn't Albertans hear from you? Where were you?
I'm certain that the Leader of the Opposition wouldn't be referring to the presence or the absence of the Premier. Certainly, and sounded a lot like that. The Honourable Premier has the call.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was at home following the public health requirements to self-isolate, having been in close contact of somebody who had tested positive. Mr. Speaker, I note that in the spring and summer, the leader of the NDP attacked me for having done too many news conferences and being too involved in the public response of the government to COVID. So what we have is, Mr. Speaker, just an NDP that swings at every single pitch, that attacks on everything regardless of the truth. It's slightly pathetic.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
He had time for a UCP AGM. He did not have time to address Albertans during a critical period, like when Alberta averaged 1,200 cases per day over the last week, surpassing 10,000 active cases. Our tests showing an 8.3% positivity rate. Fatalities increasing. Last week alone, we lost 20 people in one day. The fact is, it was clear well over a week ago that the Premier's wait-and-see approach was failing. Why did it take so long for Albertans to hear from him on this?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, 12 days ago, the government introduced additional restrictions to address the fall spike in cases. We indicated we would take time to see what impact they had. When it was clear that case counts continued to rise at a worrisome level, we then came forward with yesterday's strong and balanced package of additional public health measures that are designed to bend down the curve while minimizing broader social and economic and health damage, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario closed restaurants, bars, nightclubs, gyms, casinos, movie theatres on October 9th, when their active cases were 5,600, or 0.4 per 1,000 of the population. As of yesterday, when we finally heard from the Premier, Alberta had more than 13,000 active cases. That's 3.2 per 1,000, or to put it another way, 8 times the infection rate of when Ontario took more action than this Premier did yesterday. Why did it take so long for this Premier to show up to work?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the Honourable the Leader of the NDP that I have never left work. While I was in self-isolation at home, I was working all day, every day. This past weekend, I was speaking to frontline physicians and nurses to get their view on COVID on the front lines. Mr. Speaker, we worked for several days in developing yesterday's package, in fact, following an 8-hour cabinet meeting, because unlike the NDP, our approach is not an ideologically reflexive one to put hundreds of thousands of people out of work, but it's to balance the public health imperative with the broader health of our society.
The Order, the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Quote, we must take action. Mr. Speaker, that's our CMO speaking before she brought her recommendations to Cabinet. Yet yesterday we saw the Premier announce the rules for bars and restaurants unchanged. These are the places where people get together in groups, well over 10 of them, indoors, without masks, and there are no new measures. This is the opposite of what we see in other provinces, almost all of which have far fewer cases than us. Is the Premier really trying to tell this Assembly that Dr. Hinshaw recommended they all stay open?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the measures announced yesterday with respect to bars and restaurants are to limit service to family cohort groups, which is precisely the same policy of the NDP government in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, I know the NDP doesn't like restaurant owners. They boycotted Restaurants Canada meetings. They used to trash restaurant owners when they were in government. They pushed hundreds of restaurants out of business. 40% of restaurants are saying now that they could not survive another shutdown. She wants to throw thousands of them out of business and tens of thousands of Albertans, and particularly women, out of jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Premier's failure to control the virus is what's going to cause the shutdown he claims to be so concerned about. Now, after the CMO made her recommendations, these guys went behind closed doors for over 10 hours to broker their deal. The outcome? An irrational mask policy that leaves Albertans, many of whom live in communities with alarming case rates, as the only Canadians without a mandatory mask rule. It's painfully obvious that medical advice is not what's driving the decision-making. Instead, the tail is wagging the dog, and that tail consists of his extremist, anti-science, anti-mask caucus members. To the Premier, why are you putting
the Honourable the Premier?
What we are seeing here on vivid display is the same approach that Alberta's NDP has taken to this public health crisis from day one, which is to see it as a political opportunity to do the only thing they know how to do, which is to attack divide, and deceive. Mr. Speaker, it is irresponsible. They are panic mongers. All they seek to do is to inflame panic. We don't have a single COVID case in 2/3 of our hospitals. We've only seen 18 restaurant outbreaks out of 13,000 businesses, but she wants to punish 13,000 businesses and 175,000 workers instead of taking reasonable measures, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
His reasonable measures mean that we have the highest number of cases in the country, over 3 times that of Ontario. He is losing the fight. He's catering to his anti-science, anti-fact, anti-maskers in the caucus, and he's doing it at the expense of Albertans' health and safety. His members have said wearing masks drives the spread. They've said keeping kids safe at school is excessive risk aversion. Why are you letting these dangerous voices drown out what doctors, scientists, and health professionals are telling you, begging you to do?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, when the NDP was parroting the World Health Organization and the Public Health Agency this spring, telling people not to wear masks, this government was advising people to wear masks. This was the first. Boy, Mr. Speaker, you know, she has so much respect for this place, she can't stop heckling. I can't remember. I was in Parliament for 19 years. I can't remember a leader heckling like that. It just shows they're addicted to division and panic. Mr. Speaker, this was the first provincial government to recommend mask usage, the only provincial government to provide tens of millions of free masks. There is now a mask mandate where 83% of cases are.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
The only provincial government without a provincial mask mandate. Now, this Premier told Albertans that he's locking down their homes because that's where most of the spread is coming from. But he doesn't know where the spread is coming from. No one does, because our contact tracing system has collapsed. We don't know the source of more than 85% of new cases, and if you got sick more than 10 days ago, we've given up trying to find out. Does the Premier not realize that his own failure to prepare for the second wave, to hire more tracers, means the very idea of targeted restrictions no longer applies?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the fundamental truths about the NDP is they really don't like Alberta. They don't like to celebrate the fact that we've had the strongest contact tracing system in Canada, that we've had the highest per capita levels of testing, the best prepared with respect to personal protective equipment and ventilators, the first province to have an online assessment tool, the first province to have a contract tracing application. Mr. Speaker, and we continue with contract tracing. Like all other places, it's focused on priority populations, and of course we know where spread is coming based on hospitalizations, and we're putting the resources where they are most needed.
Leader of the Opposition.
What Alberta has is the highest per capita case growth. Now, the Premier's inaction broke Alberta's data collection system. We don't have data for 85% of new cases. He says people aren't exposed to the virus at restaurants and bars, but he has no evidence to back that up. Meanwhile, the CDC says restaurants and bars are a significant infection source, and other provinces with far fewer cases have restricted them. Premier, if you want to argue evidence, why are you ignoring what's happening in other jurisdictions, ignoring medical research, and pretending you have data which you don't?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
Data. 18 outbreaks associated with 13,000 hospitality businesses since they reopened in June. That's 99.9% that were not associated with outbreaks. 1% of traceable cases over the past 9 months associated with restaurants, bars, and pubs. Mr. Speaker, in terms of following other provinces, why does the NDP have to politicize everything? Our policy approach here is almost identical to that of British Columbia, with a similar rise in cases under an NDP government with respect to restaurants and most other matters.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
BC has less than half the cases of Alberta and a significantly larger population, so we're nothing like them, Premier. Learn your file. The fact is that this province has no idea where things are because they don't have the data. What they do have are projections for case numbers, for hospital capacity, for ICU availability, all at his fingertips, along with other modeling. Albertans are demanding to know how he is making his decisions, with what information. Will he release that information? And if not, why not?
The The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, AHS uses its early warning metrics at all times to identify potential surges in need for capacity. So it's not modeling. Mr. Speaker, we did the modeling in the spring to see what the worst case scenario is, and we are prepared for it. We demonstrated that, for example, through ample supplies of personal protective equipment. With respect to British Columbia, yes, their case count is lower because their testing has been 1/3 of our level. Mr. Speaker, their velocity of case growth is similar to Alberta's, but why do we have more cases than BC? In large measure because we are testing at 3 times their rate.
Order. The Leader of the Official Opposition for her 4th set of questions.
We're testing too much. Thank you very much, Donald Trump. Quote, these measures might have worked a month ago, but they're too late to fix what's happening now. The shells are in the air. Mr. Speaker, that's ICU Dr. Darren Markland, who says beds are at capacity and doctors are 2 weeks away from triage. He compares the new measures to IKEA instructions, unclear and difficult to interpret. Doesn't the Premier realize that by continuing to delay and to avoid real action, he's making things more confusing and he's encouraging the spread of the virus?
The Honourable Premier.
So let's be absolutely clear about what the NDP wants to do, Mr. Speaker. They want the government to essentially create a quasi-police state. They want us to shut down and destroy permanently tens of thousands of owner-operated businesses. They want us to throw hundreds of thousands of people into unemployment. They want us to do all of this, Mr. Speaker, because that's what they're socialists. They are addicted to command and control of people's lives. This government is focused on...
Order. I have no problem hearing the Leader of the Opposition's question. I often have problem hearing the Premier's answer. You might not like the answer, but he's entitled to give it. The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, what they want to do is to put hundreds of thousands of people out of work. What we've done is our strong and stringent measures that are focused. If they are insufficient, there will be additional measures.
Leader of the Opposition.
Let me be perfectly clear to this Premier. Your negligence is far, far more dangerous to our economy and the people who rely on their jobs than sound public health measures. Quote, we are in a car that's careening toward a cliff. We had a chance to turn the wheel or hit the brakes, and all we've done is taken our foot off the gas. Mr. Speaker, that's Calgary urgent care doctor, Dr. Raj Bhardwaj. He questions why we're not doing more. He questions why masks still aren't mandatory. Premier, can you explain why you are ignoring so many doctors who are begging you to finally take real action?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the NDP seems obsessed with telling some guy working in a barn 400 kilometers from a major population center that he has to wear a mask, our focus is on actually preventing major vectors of transmission based on data. And the single largest one of those, Mr. Speaker, is social activity, particularly private at-home social activities, which based on, yes, we do know it, based on 9 months of data with the most robust contract tracing system in Canada, is associated with at-home social activities, which we banned yesterday in an extraordinary exercise of state authority.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier is continuing his discredited libertarian approach of pitting the economy against the health of Albertans, and he's going to sacrifice both as a result. He's been MIA for 12 days. His inaction has cost us all our data, which we don't have. He's refused to look at other provinces' best practices. He's catering to the anti-maskers in his caucus. He's not listening to doctors, and I suspect he's not listening to key public officials advising him. Quite frankly, yesterday looked like a declaration of giving up. Why is he working so hard to let Albertans down?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, when the member says we don't have data, we have 9 months of accumulated contact tracing data. We have, Mr. Speaker, she just accused this government of taking an extreme libertarian position when for the first time in the history of this province, yesterday, we made it illegal to visit people's homes? Only the NDP could consider that an extreme libertarian position, Mr. Speaker. Here's the problem. Their first resort is to totally demolish constitutionally protected rights and freedoms. We believe that should be a last and limited resort.
The Honourable, the member for Central Peace, Notley.
Our government has provided billions of dollars in supports to small businesses throughout the pandemic. These critical job creators have invested their life savings, putting it all on the line in order to provide for their communities and create jobs, and many of them have been hit hard. In fact, just today I received a message from a small business owner that had planned an event but now has to cancel because of yesterday's announcement, costing them thousands of dollars. That is why the recent announcement of the expansion of the Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant was welcomed by so many. To the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, who qualifies for the grant under the expanded criteria?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. Small business owners, Mr. Speaker, we just want to commend them for all of their efforts throughout this pandemic and the uncertainty that they have, Mr. Speaker. They've done their job, Mr. Speaker. They've put into place the protections, Mr. Speaker. They've kept their workers safe. They've kept their customers safe, Mr. Speaker, and we want to be there for them. And what we have here with new health measures, Mr. Speaker, if they see a 40% reduction in their revenues, Mr. Speaker, they can qualify for a second relaunch grant of up to $5,000.
Member for Central Peace, Notley.
Given that same small business owner wasn't eligible for previous grants because his business only started on July 1st, and given that so many other businesses have received the grant already, and now our government announced new measures to stop the spike in new cases, and given that this means that tragically many businesses will have to either close completely or implement new measures to enhance their safety measures, and ensuring they can access support will be critical. Can the minister tell us when businesses that meet the reduced revenue reduction threshold will be able to apply for funding?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now we're working through the algorithm to make sure we have the back-end support. This new second launch of the relaunch grant should be available in early December, Mr. Speaker. It'll be built upon the old system that we had as well. The existing system that we had there for the first grant is still available, Mr. Speaker, still open to small businesses that are out there. This is also a second application as well. So we're here to support small businesses up to $10,000 of support, Mr. Speaker, for those that have been impacted by these health measures.
The Honourable Member.
Given that many businesses and nonprofits could have received the relaunch grants months ago, and given that sadly retail, restaurants, gyms, and many other businesses are going to also be facing new restrictions, there will likely be need for them to receive a second payment from the relaunch grant. Can the minister tell us when the affected businesses will be able to receive the second payment of the grant?
Minister.
We've had over 16,000 businesses take advantage of the first relaunch grant, Mr. Speaker, for up to $60 million have been allocated already. We have a budget of $200 million for this program, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're putting in place this second relaunch grant available to them. We've lowered the threshold from 50% of revenue down to 40%, Mr. Speaker, and that'll be retroactive to the beginning of the program for small businesses that applied earlier on. We're going to continue to be there to support small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We're in that fourth quarter right now. We all know how hard COVID has been on us, our families, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be there for small businesses as we come forward and we move out of this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 12 days in hiding, while dozens of Albertans perished and thousands more were affected with COVID-19, the Premier emerged to present a small package of half measures. Frontline healthcare professionals say it's too little too late, and it obviously falls short of the advice public health professionals would give when we face the highest number of active cases in Canada. To the Premier, will you give your word to Albertans that you took all of Dr. Hinshaw's advice this week, and will you prove it by releasing the complete package she presented to Cabinet on Monday?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Let's start off with a totally insane proposal of the NDP, Mr. Speaker, that the Premier should be breaking his self-isolation requirements, Mr. Speaker. It's totally insane. But look, none of what the Honourable Member said is true. Dr. Hinshaw was fully involved in the drafting of the measures. And as with anything, she provides a range of options to government and the civil service and walks us through with the advantages and the disadvantages of each of those options. She was a full participant in the discussions when the measures were decided. And we're thankful to have a Chief Medical Officer of Health here in Alberta who is focused on protecting the lives and the livelihoods of all Albertans.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton City Centre.
What's insane, Mr. Speaker, is that we continue to be the only jurisdiction in Canada without a provincial mask mandate, because masks don't close businesses or harm livelihoods or impair the freedoms of Albertans at all. all. And given that there is a simple and low-cost way for every Albertan to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, particularly when we don't know where 80% of new cases are coming from, to the Premier, isn't it true that you ignored Dr. Hinshaw's advice on a mask policy and instead listened to dangerous misinformation from the anti-mask conspiracy theorists in your own caucus? And if I'm wrong, please prove it. Just release her advice.
The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, totally insane, totally incorrect. But look, congratulations to the NDP. Here, starting in November, starting to ask questions about COVID when they've been totally AWOL on asking questions about COVID throughout the rest of the pandemic. It started off with the health critic being benched by his party when he started correctly complimenting the AHS performance review, and then spent the rest of the spring and summer asking questions about the most insane and crazy conspiracy theories that he could, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for them actually finally directing their attention to COVID, Mr. Speaker. What he said is completely incorrect, and we'll continue to listen to the advice of Dr. Hinshall.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the Premier's restrictions on public indoor gatherings are packed full of complicated exemptions that can't be based on data because the Premier did nothing while our data gathering system collapsed, and given that the data from other jurisdictions includes the effects of their public health measures, many of which have been in place for weeks, to the Premier, isn't it true that your actions were driven by the extremist fringe of your caucus? And if not, once again, why won't you simply prove it and give Albertans the chance to judge for themselves by releasing all of Dr. Hinshaw's recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to walk the honourable member through, since he was never given an opportunity by Edmonton Strathcona to have a seat at Cabinet. But obviously, we cannot betray Cabinet confidences, Mr. Speaker. We will not be doing such. But I can let the honourable member know again that Dr. Hinshaw was directly involved in the drafting of these measures. She walked government through all the options that could have been available to us and what the advantages and disadvantages were for that. And she, Mr. Speaker, again, was a full participant in the conversations that occurred at the Cabinet COVID Committee. We're very thankful, as I said previously, to have a Chief Medical Officer of Health who's dedicated to protecting the lives and livelihoods of Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
In July, I presented the Minister of Education with our detailed plan for a safe and successful school reentry. Our plan has 15 points, but the primary call was to spread students up and to staff up. Spread students out and to staff up, to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and to reduce the number of close contacts in schools. But like so many other aspects of the UCP's pandemic response, the minister failed to act. Yesterday, the Premier pulled the plug and sent all grades 7 to 12 students home. Will the Premier finally admit that his minister's plan was an abject failure?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. As of today, only 0.1% of staff and students have active cases of COVID-19. Our plan has worked, is continuing to work. Students are safe in school now, and they will continue to be safe in school when they return. These new measures are part of a province-wide effort to slow the community transmission that is occurring. And the upcoming Christmas break only presents us with an opportunity to brief transition to at-home learning without impacting the quality of education to our students. Our schools continue to be safe environments, and they always will be.
Given that the minister is clearly reading from talking points that were written before yesterday's announcement to close schools, and given that the last 2 weeks alone, more than 563 Alberta schools had reported cases of COVID-19, and tens of thousands of students and staff have been forced into isolation, given that contact tracing has collapsed and Dr. Hinshaw says many school cases will never be traced, and given that hundreds of thousands of students will be forced to abandon their classroom on Monday, Minister, why did you spend $4.7 billion on a failed corporate handout and fail to protect kids?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, since day one, the NDP have disrespected the advice of our Chief Medical Officer of Health and claimed schools are not safe, but they couldn't be any further from the truth. We have seen it over and over again. Only 1/10 of staff and students currently have active cases of COVID, and our schools continue to be safe. Mr. Speaker, the NDP knows we are currently in a state of public emergency. This decision to temporarily transition grades 7 to 12 students to at-home learning is part of that broader effort. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to continue to keep our students safe.
The Honourable Member.
Given that the Premier went went on talk radio this morning and said it was fine and safe and reasonable for students in grade 12, between grade 7 and grade 12, to stay at home and learn by themselves. But given that parents of disabled children are reaching out to me saying this Premier has no awareness of the struggles that they're facing, and given that the Premier said his plan originally was fine and it's been proven to be an abject failure, will the Premier stop making excuses and start acting? Will he implement our plan by the time kids go back to school in January?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, who have proposed unrealistic ideas and continually have ignored our public health experts, we developed a robust school reentry plan that has kept our students and our staff safe. And in fact, I would like to quote Jason Schilling, president of the ATA, who said yesterday, and I quote, they support the direction taken by the government to move to a combination of in-school and at-home learning. We recognize that our special needs students need specialized supports. We've created an exemption for those students so they can continue to learn in school, and they need to contact their parents.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the City of Lethbridge received funding for city projects through the Municipal Stimulus Program and the Municipal Sustainability Initiative offered by our government. This funding has been allocated to critical projects within Lethbridge, such as multiple projects for the Lethbridge Airport. Given that projects like these are critical to municipalities across Alberta, to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, what is the application process for municipalities, and how does the ministry decide which projects receive funding?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. Municipalities submitted information about local projects that are shovel-ready worthy by October 1, 2020, and the MSP program has ensured that many of these important projects are happening right now. This is an important part of our recovery as well, Mr. Speaker, to make sure people are working in our communities. And I just want to note as well, in the city of Lethbridge, over $6 million of projects were allocated under this program here recently, Mr. Speaker. It's a credit to those people that are on the ground getting that work done that's critical to our communities.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that our provincial economy is at one of its lowest points in several years due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and given that many municipalities have projects that are vital for their communities, and also given that the government pledged to help municipalities weather this fiscal storm with Alberta's recovery plan, to the Minister, how do the MSP and MSI grants help reach the goals of Alberta's recovery plan?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. As a part of our recovery plan, Mr. Speaker, we accelerated a lot of work going into infrastructure across Alberta, the largest single year of spending on infrastructure in our history, Mr. Speaker, over $10 billion of projects, over 50,000 jobs created right now, Mr. Speaker, at a time when we need those jobs and need to get that infrastructure built, Mr. Speaker. This MSP program is a critical part of that infrastructure strategy, Mr. Speaker, and we commend the Minister of Municipal Affairs for their work in making sure we can get Albertans working through these tough times.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the Minister. Given that municipalities are working hard to stimulate their local economies, and given that many of the projects that need and receive funding to help incentivize local economies, and also given that many Albertans continue to struggle to find work in the current economic climate, can the Minister please explain what the economic benefits of these grants to municipalities are?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These build bridges, fire stations, water systems, and other critical local infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, that keep our communities safe, to make them efficient, Mr. Speaker. So we thank all of our municipal leaders that put forward their proposals, Mr. Speaker. Those were shovel-ready. Over $500 million has been allocated for this program. It's a critical part of our recovery plan to make sure we have safe, sustainable communities of the future, Mr. Speaker. We're encouraged by that. We want to thank the Minister of Municipal Affairs for their leadership throughout this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and also want to commend the member from Lethbridge East for their advocacy for their community.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has the call.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disgusted. For months and months, I've watched Alberta's frontline heroes work night and day to save lives and keep our province safe. We owe our healthcare heroes a debt we can never repay, and yet they're under constant and unrelenting attack by this UCP government. Now, as cases climb and more Albertans are lost to this pandemic, the Minister of Finance's financial update describes these frontline heroes as being little more than a drain on our economy. To the minister, where do you get off insulting the very people putting themselves in the path of COVID-19 to care for sick Albertans? Yes.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I categorically reject the assertion in that question. Mr. Speaker, this government greatly appreciates the work of all of our public servants, particularly those on the front lines of health care these days as they deal with the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. We're concerned about the safety and welfare of all of our public servants, Mr. Speaker. I categorically reject the assertion in that question.
The Honourable, the member for Edmonton Millwood.
Mr. Speaker, given that the finance minister said that our healthcare heroes, quote, withdraw money from the economy and don't contribute, and given this disgusting, shameful smear was published in an official government fiscal update, and given we have workers as we speak right now providing essential services, in so many cases for low wages, Mr. Speaker, and they are contributing to this great province, we value each and every one of them, as does my colleagues. To the minister, will you stand in the House and apologize for the remarks in your fiscal update? Make it clear for the record that public sector workers contribute a great deal to our economy.
Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, here's another example of the NDP playing really fast and loose with the facts. Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. This government greatly appreciates our public service. We greatly appreciate the great work that is done on the front lines of healthcare, particularly these days during a pandemic.
Honourable member.
Given the publishing of this smear in a fiscal update was a surprise to so many who watch these types of documents, given that this attack was just the latest in a series of very deliberate smears that we've seen this government undertake against public sector workers, and given I would love to see how these ministers operate without the support of teachers to teach their kids, nurses in the hospitals when they get sick, the staff here at the legislature that keep their offices clean, to the government, there is no point to asking you another question, so I really just want to end on a statement. I was made sick to my stomach reading that. Workers do not deserve...
Honourable the Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite Rosen did not ask a question, but let me repeat myself. This government greatly values all of the efforts of our great public servants, particularly those on the front lines of health care, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the members opposite why they continually undermine the credibility of our Chief Medical Officer, who is also doing incredibly good work, hard work on behalf of all Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Yesterday, the Finance Minister released an update on the provincial finances. Those documents should have shown us all of the work, planning and preparation over the summer to keep the economy moving through the second wave of COVID-19. But we saw nothing of the sort. No new programs for small business or a system to take the applications that is up and running and ready. No substantive plan for contact tracers, no provincial money for safe schools, no money to help sick workers. So to the Finance Minister, why did he steal the Premier's Disappearing Act right when Albertans needed them the most? And why don't we see any new types of support for Alberta business in the update yesterday?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I fear the member opposite has not seen the report. Renowned economist Trevor Tombe has stated that this mid-year fiscal update was one of the best fiscal updates and most comprehensive he has seen. Mr. Speaker, we have provided all of our economic recovery measures. We went through a detailed account of funding our health response to this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the member opposite to read the report.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Given that Professor Tombe also called page 10 pure political drivel, Mr. Speaker, given that the only thing it looks like that the minister is invested in is being a catcher's mitt for money from Ottawa, and given that we are now in a pandemic crisis, why did the minister just tell us about the programs he announced in March, many of which have either wrapped up or weren't helpful in the first place or are the same as before? And why don't we see any commitment to any different course of action now when it comes to keeping small business alive and the economy moving?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that question because we really take pleasure in telling the story of this government's response to the COVID pandemic and to our great economic challenge. Mr. Speaker, back in budget 2020, we added an additional $500 million to health to meet the pandemic challenges. Since then, we've continued to fund health so they can meet this great pandemic challenge, and we've rolled out a series of programs to support small businesses.
The honourable member.
Well, given that Ottawa gave this finance minister $1 billion to put unemployed oil and gas workers back on the job, and given that less than half of that money has moved, is this minister really telling Albertans in a time of double-digit unemployment that he's done all that he can? No wonder we have the worst performing economy in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we were successful at leveraging $1 billion from the federal government. $1 billion of the $20 billion this province sends over every year. And Mr. Speaker, we have rolled out a program, Energy's rolled out a program that will effectively clean up and reclaim inactive gas wells and put thousands of Albertans and Alberta service companies back to work.
The Honourable Member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a targeted risk-based approach, municipalities in the enhanced category are looking at restrictions on crowd sizes, limiting the number of people allowed in retail businesses, and a smaller group of in-person attendees for religious services. Many constituents have reached out to me, pleased with this pragmatic approach to target Alberta's response where it is actually needed. To the Minister of Health, if more changes are to come in our COVID response, will they be brought forward regionally where deemed necessary?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we've been clear we're not going to impose a one-size-fits-all approach. We reject the NDP's demand to close tens of thousands of businesses indiscriminately, regardless of the evidence, and to throw hundreds of thousands of Albertans out of work. The NDP is making a fetish out of closing businesses as if it were some kind of a test of virtue. Throwing people out of work in an economic crisis is not a virtue, Mr. Speaker, not when it's against the evidence and when it adds to the need for public subsidies in a province facing a $21 billion budget or a deficit.
The Honourable Member for Drumstettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from teachers, parents, and trustees that while there's concern, there is great support for keeping kids in school. Given that in-person classes will break a week early for the holidays and resume for all students on January 11th, 2021, and given that some schools in my riding have cases, while many others do not, to the Minister of Education, can you please explain what led to the decision to temporarily transition grades 7 through 12 students online and to do so across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Education has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our school reentry plan, as I said earlier, has done an excellent job at managing the pandemic in our schools. As of today, 0.1% of staff and students have active cases of COVID-19. 99.9% do not. These new measures are part of a series of Alberta-wide efforts to slow community transmission of COVID-19 as part of the ongoing state of public health emergency. My department and I continue to work with education stakeholders and Dr. Hinshaw, and will continue to adjust our plan as necessary based on up-to-date public health advice.
The Honourable Member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses in our province have invested in ways to keep their doors open despite the ups and downs of public health orders. Given that the businesses I hear from are concerned about their survival, even outside the enhanced zones, and given that so many constituents have reached out concerned that we would have a Manitoba-style lockdown, to the Minister of Health, how can businesses continue to follow the public health orders while still operating during the holiday season?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our businesses here in the province and their staff are working hard to make sacrifices to protect each other as well as their customers, and as we're asking all Albertans to do. Mandatory measures at this time of year are particularly challenging and disruptive to businesses. We encourage Albertans to support their local businesses through online delivery, curbside pickup, and shopping at off hours to align with capacity restrictions. The new measures we announced yesterday will be in place for a minimum of 2 weeks, and they will be reviewed by December 15th at the latest.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has a question.
While this government fails to provide any new support for Alberta small businesses, many owners are still looking for answers about the failed Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program that this government participated in with the federal government. This program has been a total failure and left thousands of small and medium-sized businesses without access to dire rental supports because they couldn't get their landlords on board. So to the Minister, with the failure of the SECRA program, many businesses have had to pay rent with no relief. Will this government commit to providing a grant to those businesses who failed to qualify for SECRA because of the failure of this government?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if maybe the NDP staffers forgot to email this person about new programs that have come out, Mr. Speaker, like the member from Lethbridge West who didn't read the report earlier on, Mr. Speaker, but I'll give this member another update that I did earlier on in question period. There is a second relaunch grant available to small businesses, Mr. Speaker. Newsflash for that member, read the report, it's there. 2 relaunch grants available for small businesses, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to be there for small businesses. We're going to work with our federal government as well to make sure we have the right programs in place for commercial rents as well.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Ellerslie.
So no grant then. Given that the reports indicate less than 22% of the businesses that were eligible for Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance actually received any funding, and given that this government allocated $67 million for SECRA to subsidize rent for small businesses, to the Minister, can you tell us how many Alberta businesses received the rent subsidy, how much of the budgeted $67 million was paid out, and will this government at least allow small businesses access the remainder of the budgeted $67 million and commit that funding here and now?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, tens of millions of dollars have gone out into these programs, Mr. Speaker. We also have a $200 million program there for small businesses, Mr. Speaker. For that member opposite, my goodness, can you listen to the program? Earlier on, Mr. Speaker, he said that we had no programs. Then I just informed him of the fact that we had 2 specific ones on top of the hundreds of millions of dollars of programs and deferrals that we've done, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the NDP. Maybe their staffers need to do their homework, Mr. Speaker. We've got a website, BizConnect. Go there for their staffers to make sure that their members reading notes can actually read it, Mr. Speaker. That would be really helpful.
The Honourable Member.
Well, given that I'm listening directly to the small businesses and what they have to say, and given that this government has decided to ignore the struggling businesses that have so far survived without any rent subsidy by not committing to provide them access to the money that was budgeted for them, and given that this government's supplementary supply report is asking for the full $67 million that was supposed to be a lifeline that kept Alberta small businesses open, to the Minister, if you're not allowing the intended small businesses that access to the $67 million, will you at least tell us where the funds are going? Be specific. These Alberta business owners deserve to know.
The Honourable Minister.
It's passionate note reading over there today, Mr. Speaker. $67 million has almost fully been dispersed, Mr. Speaker, on that program, and we're working with the federal government on a new program as well, Mr. Speaker. But to that member opposite, Mr. Speaker, it's time for them to do their homework, Mr. Speaker. I come in here every single day. I'm going to be here this afternoon as well. We're going to talk about the recovery plan, all the programs that we put in place for our small businesses, Mr. Speaker. But I have a question for that member opposite. How many businesses would the NDP shut down right now? Because they have not answered that question. Their leader commented about the fact about the thousands upon thousands of businesses that they would shut down right now, Mr. Speaker. Irresponsible.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Yesterday, the Premier insisted that we need to protect small businesses in the hospitality industry because won't somebody think of the women? Now, this was a strange surprise to me and many others from a Premier and government that has shown little regard for over half the population and has repeatedly attacked women-dominated professions like healthcare and education. On top of that, they've denied that this economic downturn is having a serious impact on women, and they've mocked our calls for women's voices to be centered in economic recovery plans. So to the Premier, how can you possibly think that any of us believe you actually care about women?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services to answer.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite typically asks very insightful questions in this House, but once again, here and now, we're seeing that they don't care about facts. They'd prefer to deal in fear. They don't care about Alberta. They don't care about Alberta data. Mr. Speaker, we do have Alberta data, and I did reference it earlier this week. The Business Council of Alberta has suggested that women do, in fact, appear to be recovering faster than men, and I have brought copies to table later today so that the member opposite can read it. I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, largely this is because of the approach we have taken to keep the vast majority of our economy open while keeping people safe.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Given that the UCP has consistently called for lower wages for workers in the hospitality industry, an industry dominated by women, many of whom are single mothers, those who are trying to just make ends meet. And when asked about his government's response to the rising unemployment numbers of women in this province, the Premier didn't answer, and instead he pointed out how men were suffering. And this Premier also demanded we apologize for raising the minimum wage, which we all know had a positive impact on those women workers. Will the Premier or anyone over there apologize to the women of this province for the dire economic situation that your government has put us all in?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, I feel the members that need to apologize are the members opposite, the members who want to shut down every aspect of this economy, including the areas of this economy that predominantly hire women and employ women. Mr. Speaker, let me read this report that, I will table later today. Especially telling is that the cohort we would expect to have the greatest childcare responsibilities, women aged 25 to 54, have been the fastest to re-enter the workforce, Mr. Speaker. Are they against that? I think they are. They want to close down the economy. How many people, Mr. Speaker, do they want to put out of work? How many women, Mr. Speaker, would they like to put out of work?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Given that healthcare and education are dominated by women, and the UCP are eliminating 11,000 jobs in healthcare alone, and thousands of educational support workers are out of work after they were fired by this education minister, and yesterday, in this government's quarterly update, they directly attacked public sector workers, many of whom are women. To the Premier or any minister willing to account for his failures, given your apparent newfound respect for women workers in Alberta, will you stand today in this House and give your word to the women of this province that you will end your attacks on their professions and their livelihoods?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, we could talk about personal attacks all day. I was personally attacked by providing an actual report from the Alberta Business Council here, Mr. Speaker, which does suggest that our plan to both address the impacts of COVID-19, the small, medium-sized business grants, we know that we have a vast majority of female entrepreneurs here in Alberta. We have stepped up to support them through this pandemic, and we're also trying our very best to balance the lives and livelihoods of Albertans. That includes women, that includes keeping large parts of the economy open. We'll continue to listen to Albertans, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche has several amazing mobile home communities, and for years, residents have asked for access to the residential tenancy dispute resolution service. This spring, legislation was passed to grant access for these residents to this service so that some of their concerns could be addressed not only more quickly, but at a lower cost by avoiding the court systems. To the Minister, is this important dispute resolution service now operational?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
I'm pleased to be able to say yes. We know that residents of mobile communities have been asking for access to the residential tenancy dispute resolution service for many years. Until this government, Mr. Speaker, those requests have fallen on deaf ears. We passed amendments in the spring, and as promised, full access is now available to residents of mobile home communities for tenancy-related matters. The opposition likes to talk a big game, but talk is cheap, and the road to opposition is paved with good intentions. This government is listening and acting for Albertans in mobile home communities now and forever.
The Honourable the Member for Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that members opposite were really critical of taking time to properly train the dispute resolution service staff on the unique nature of mobile home communities, and given that they were also critical that amendments to the Mobile Home Sites Tenancy Act were not enough, even though these changes that they called for couldn't actually be addressed through that piece of legislation. To the Minister, now that residents can access dispute resolution services, can you tell us what other work is being done for mobile home communities?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Happy to. Because this government took the time to speak with and listen to Albertans living in mobile home communities, unlike the previous government, we know that residents' concerns go beyond tenancy-related issues. In order to fully understand the additional concerns that residents of mobile home communities have, we've launched an online survey. I want to encourage all residents and landlords of mobile home communities to take a few minutes to complete the survey, available on alberta.ca by December 13th. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this government has taken action and we're proud to do so.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely fantastic to hear that our government continues to do more work on this file than the opposition ever did. Given the complete failure of the former NDP government to take any action related to mobile home communities, and given that numerous MLAs have heard specific concerns from constituents who live in these communities, myself included, to the Minister, what actions are going to follow this survey?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government shut down advocacy by their caucus members on this issue, but we are expanding conversations to include community and social services, health, municipal affairs, seniors and housing, and we will have additional work as needed by infrastructure, justice and solicitor general, and transportation. Service Alberta will provide assistance if needed in the upcoming discussions. We are taking the concerns and requests of mobile home residents seriously, which is a very welcome change after the inability of the previous government to take action. Please go to alberta.ca to respond to the survey. I encourage all to do so.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue with the remainder of the daily routine.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills, tabling returns and reports.
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to rise to table a copy of the report entitled The Surprising Picture of Women's Economic Recovery. It's Not What You Think, referenced today in question period by the Business Council of Alberta.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two tablings that I referred to in my remarks earlier this morning in debate. First is a press release from the Information and Privacy Commissioner on the Bill 46, which she is urging us to delay passing of. And the second is from the Canadian Association of Journalists, which refers to Alberta's government getting the recognized as being the most secretive government in Canada.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of tablings of correspondence from constituents. I have the requisite number of copies for each. These are folks who have all written individual letters with respect to Alberta Parks policy. So we have a requisite number of copies from Driana Zorn, requisite number of copies writing about concerns over closure, partial closure and privatization of parks from Cheryl Lim. We have a letter from Jonal Palaniuk writing a letter about what they want to do to help protect natural lands. A letter from Abigail Stewardson writing with her thoughts on the plans for quote-unquote optimizing Alberta parks. I have a letter here from Hannah Fanton expressing her concerns over parks. I have a letter here from Doug Ross who writes that he wants his voice to be heard on his concerns about parks. I have another letter here from Joanne Overn, who's very, very concerned about the effect that on affordability for families that Alberta Parks policy will have. We have another letter here from Edward Grant, who would like his letter tabled. He's very concerned about parks. And I have another letter here from Garnet Bailey, who has written and asked us to use this letter in whatever form it may help. Requisite number of copies, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Shandro, Minister of Health, pursuant to the Health Act and the Mental Health Act, Office of the Alberta Health Advocates, Health Advocate and Mental Health Patient Advocate, 2019-20 Annual Report.
Honourable members, prior to calling orders of the day, And immediately following orders of the day, the clerk will call for the Committee of Supply. It will take just a few brief moments for us to get ready while the chair of the Committee of Supply takes her seat, as well as some officials that will be assisting committee today will be coming into the chamber. Once that's all set up, then the committee chair will call the clerk, or holy cannoli, the committee chair will call the committee to order. Having said that, we're at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Committee of Supply.
I would like to call Committee of Supply to order. Honourable members, before we commence consideration of supplementary supply, I would like to briefly review the standing orders governing the speaking rotation. As provided for in Standing Order 5902, the rotation in Standing Order 5901 sub 6 applies, which is as follows. A, the minister or the member of Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may make opening comments not to exceed 10 minutes. B, for the hour that follows, members of the official opposition and the minister or the member of Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may speak. E, for the next 20 minutes, private members of the government caucus and the minister or the member of the Executive Council acting on the minister's behalf may speak. And F, for the time remaining to the extent possible, the rotation outlined in clauses B and E shall apply with the speaking time set at 5 minutes as provided in Standing Order 5902 sub 1 sub C. During the first rotation, speaking times are limited to 10 minutes. Once the first rotation is complete, speaking times are reduced to 5 minutes. Provided that the chair has been notified, a minister and a private member may combine their speaking times with both taking and yielding the floor during the combined period. Finally, as provided for in Government Motion 48, approved by the Assembly yesterday, the time allotted for consideration is 3 hours. Honourable members, the Committee of Supply has under consideration the 2020-21 supplementary supply estimates. I will now recognize the Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance to move the estimates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move the 2020-2021 supplementary supply estimates for the General Fund. When passed, these estimates will authorize an approximate increase of $4.9 billion in voted expense funding, $479 million in voted capital investment, $207 million in voted financial transactions for the government, and $7 million for transfers between 8 departments. These estimates report the funding needed for the government's fiscal plans as presented in the 2020-2021 mid-year fiscal update and economic statement, and will provide additional funding to the following 17 departments: advanced education, agriculture and forestry, children's services, community and social services, culture, multiculturalism and the status of women, education, energy, environment and parks, health, Indigenous relations, jobs, economy and innovation, justice and Solicitor General, labour and immigration, municipal affairs, seniors and housing, transportation, and Treasury Board and Finance. Total supplementary funding is approximately $5.7 billion, and the primary reason for this funding is to support ongoing efforts to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and fulfill the initiatives outlined in Alberta's Economic Recovery Plan. Early this year, Alberta was hit by a triple black swan event. This included the greatest global economic recession since the Great Depression, an unprecedented drop in energy prices, and of course, all at the same time fighting a pandemic within our own borders. These three things combined have hit Alberta and our resource-based economy much harder than other jurisdictions. When looking back to January and February of this year, before the pandemic began, early economic indicators were showing 2020 as a turnaround year for our economy. Growth was returning to Alberta's agriculture sector. Manufacturing exports were expected to rise. The real estate market was improving, and investment was returning to our province. In February, year-over-year data showed that drilling activity was up 14%, oil production was up 14%, exports were up 19%. We saw increased retail sales, vehicle sales, and improved housing market activity. But then the pandemic changed our world in a matter of weeks. Alberta's revenue has seen a steep decrease, while as a necessity and in an effort to combat the pandemic and its effects, expenses have risen. Funding these estimates is needed for government to achieve its two main priorities: combating the COVID-19 pandemic and taking action to save the livelihoods of Albertans. You will see in the estimates that the largest expense is for health. $1.2 billion will ensure that health's efforts to combat COVID-19 are adequately resourced. I expect there is full agreement by all the honourable members in this House that this is and should continue to be our first priority. But it's also equally important to protect livelihoods and help Albertans get back to work. That's why Alberta's government launched the Alberta Recovery Plan. Alberta's Recovery Plan takes bold and calculated action to get Albertans back to work, build infrastructure, and diversify our economy. We're strategically building on Alberta's economic strengths to attract investment and position Alberta for growth and prosperity. Alberta has the lowest taxes in Canada. We have historic industries like agriculture, forestry, and energy that provide a backbone for our economy. But we also have a thriving innovation sector, a world-class tourism experience, and great growth potential in financial services, fintech, aviation, and aerospace. Alberta's Recovery Plan builds on these strengths with targeted investments and bold policy reforms with a focus on immediate job creation. We're making strategic investments in infrastructure across the province that will improve core services like water and wastewater systems, but also position Alberta for future economic growth and investment by increasing our productivity and competitiveness. One example of this, Madam Chair, is the twinning of Highway 3 between Taber and Burdett. The project construction itself will create 750 jobs, but once completed, the twinning will support the growing agribusiness sector in southern Alberta, an important part of our province's economy and recovery. Funding will also go to the site rehabilitation program. We're partnering with the energy sector to reclaim thousands of oil and gas well sites that are no longer productive. This will put thousands of Albertans back to work and provide needed opportunity for our energy service sector. The new Innovation Employment Grant will encourage research, discovery, and renewed investment. The grant takes an incremental approach that is unique within Canada. This grant was created to support smaller and early-stage firms. Companies that are in the pre-income and scale-up phases will initially benefit from the Employment Innovation Grant, but as they become more profitable and are phased out of the program, they will begin to benefit from Alberta's preferential business tax rate. As you know, Madam Chair, the acceleration of the job creation tax cut will make Alberta the most attractive jurisdiction for new business investment in Canada. These measures, along with our relentless effort to reduce red tape, will position the province to disproportionately attract investment, which will lead to sustainable job creation and expanded economic and fiscal capacity. Early in the pandemic, one of the first concerns we heard from businesses was a lack of liquidity or cash availability. Our targeted COVID-19 relief programs addressed their immediate need with several deferrals, including a workers' compensation board premiums, where we also paid half of those expenses for small and medium-sized businesses. We also implemented programs for people in need, including outreach and supports for the homeless and family and community support services, just to name a few. The list of benefits and services this appropriation will fund is long and comprehensive. While the response comes at a cost, we cannot cower in the face of the most difficult challenge in decades. The pandemic and economic fallout have created unexpected financial demands. It's more important than ever to ensure government services are delivered most efficiently. Every dollar saved can be directed to our pandemic response and to our economic recovery. To that end, our efforts to bring down the cost of delivering services is continuing. Our government continues to be focused on responsible financial management. While the last 9 months may feel like a decade, this pandemic and the resulting downturn will not last forever. In fact, even as the pandemic attempts a comeback, we're seeing some evidence of economic recovery. We've seen a significant rebound in employment already this year, recovering more than 258,000 of the 361,000 jobs lost between February and April because of the pandemic. Alberta's manufacturing shipments increased 3.9% in September to 5.4 billion. Home sales in Alberta rose 2.9% in October to 5,544 units, 20% higher than February's levels. And retail sales have also recovered to pre-pandemic levels, with sales increasing 2.5% in September and 1.9% above its February level. Madam Chair, while we're hearing positive reports of vaccine development, the resurgence of the virus in recent weeks reminds us that we're not through this yet, and we must keep our focus on the task at hand: strategically combating COVID-19 and economic recovery. Although these days are challenging, Madam Chair, we will get through this, and I continue to believe that Alberta's best days are still ahead. Thank you.
Honourable members, we will now move into the next 60-minute block with members of the official opposition, split up into groups of 20. So we'll start with the first 20-minute block, and I see the honourable member for Lethbridge East. Would you like to combine your time with the minister?
Yeah, I think so. We'll start there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please proceed then.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to ask a few questions, a bit of clarity, a few more details, and it's always good to be able to have a look and get some good answers on the record from the minister, and I thank him for his time this afternoon. I have first a couple of really quick two questions. One of them is on the emergency isolation benefit. I see in this update that we have a $64 million forecast spend. On April 7th, it was reported in the news media that the program had distributed $91.7 million. In the first quarter update, the program was supposed, it was written down that the program had distributed over $100 million. So can the minister provide in which fiscal that initial claim of 91.7, what part of it was in the previous fiscal year, what part of it was in this fiscal year, and if that 64 million in emergency isolation benefit forecast, if the balance then, is it 40 million, is it 30 million that was in the previous fiscal year? There are a number of numbers, and it's interesting that we need to get some clarity on this.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the question. The total amount spent on the emergency isolation program was $108 million. And this year, in the year ended March 31st, 2021, we will be spending, or we have spent, $64 million. The remaining amount was spent in the previous fiscal year.
The Honourable Minister, member for Lethbridge West.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Now, I notice here in the Q2 update that we have a capital plan commitment of $8.4 billion. And then I look on the government's COVID recovery plan website, and it says it's $10 billion. So why the discrepancy?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We did move forward with a full $10 billion strategic infrastructure investment for the current year. And so included in that $10 billion is our investment this year in Keystone XL, which is expected to be $1.5 billion. And so combined with our capital plan, that puts our infrastructure investment to $10 billion.
The honourable member. Okay. I have a further questions about the small and medium-sized enterprises section in the second quarter update, and just want to get some clarity on what has gone out already and what is forecast, because it's characterized as a forecast. So I'm just interested in how many supports have already happened as a result of the first wave response, and what's forecast to happen for the remainder of this fiscal year. So I'm seeing here $67 million in rental supports. Can the minister provide some clarity then of how much went out in the wake of us passing legislation in this House in July, a full business quarter after the pandemic hit? So that was for the commercial rent assistance program. How much went out sort of retroactive for that first wave response, and how much is forecast for the rest of the fiscal year? That's the first piece of the question. And the second piece of the question is, can the minister table, first of all, the documents of how many folks accessed that in the first wave, and then table what the provincial policy is to respond to the new federal initiatives and their rewrite of the commercial rental assistance program, knowing what we know now about the first one, then a lot of small businesses weren't super happy with it. What our criteria is, do we need legislative change? Has any of that money moved out the door? Is there a FedProv agreement? How many businesses are going to avail themselves of it? The honourable minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We had budgeted $67 million in the commercial rent assistance program as the provincial share of a joint federal-provincial program. And I believe to date we are almost fully spent on the $67 million. I believe that we have spent approximately $64 million to date. My officials can confirm that. And we recognize that there were some challenges with that program and the way the federal government put it together. We felt it was important that we participate in it, but we recognize there were some challenges. So as the federal government has talked about and in fact is working on implementing a new program, our advocacy was to ensure that the new program would be require less tape and bureaucracy, would be more transparent, and ultimately more accessible to those businesses that ultimately are facing very difficult economic challenge.
If I'm to understand correctly, then approximately $64 million has been expended so far in the fiscal year. Can the minister give some sense of how many businesses availed themselves of that program? The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have that number in front of me, but we will provide the member opposite with that number.
The honourable member. So if I'm to understand correctly, then the majority, the vast majority of those funds for rental supports have been expended already in the fiscal year, so that forecast then is the total amount that is forecast for business rental supports. So if I am to understand correctly, then as the federal government brings in a new rental support program, there will not be a provincial share. It will simply be the offering of the federal program without any specific Alberta public policy or any other agreement that has been executed with the federal government. The honourable minister.
On the Minister of Finance's previous response, we've had 14,608 tenants take advantage of the program and utilize this. These small businesses employ almost 120,000 Albertans, so we've had some significant uptick in that program. This is in partnership with the federal government on it. We're continuing to work with the federal government on the new initiative here going forward, and we'll continue to work with the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board on new initiatives here to support small businesses.
The honourable member. Okay. Moving on then, in the first quarter update, there was a section in there around
federal transfers, or not really transfers, but federal support initiatives for the response to the first wave in the form of the CERB at $10 billion coming into Alberta at that time, and the wage benefit support program, I can't remember the acronym, at $11 billion. The wage replacement, it was commonly referred to as. I don't see those numbers in the second quarter, but I'm wondering if they are in somewhere that I did not see them under other federal transfers, and if there could be some clarity there.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point in time, we don't have the updated numbers from basically outlining the number of participants that have taken advantage of CERB or the federal wage subsidy program. Those were programs that were provided by the federal government, and many Alberta businesses and Albertans took advantage of those. And Madam Chair, after decades of sending hundreds of billions of dollars in net fiscal transfers to Ottawa, it's about time when some of this money starts to come back out west in our great time of need.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and agree. Having said that, that's $21 billion that came into the province over, 4 months. And so as those programs change, it's going to be important for us to watch that change and know how our provincial public policy can fill those gaps that are being left as the federal government rolls over and changes and ends many of those programs. So knowing the extent to which the Alberta economy is still availing itself of the sort of CERB 2.0 that the federal government did, and any other wage replacement is a really important piece for not just our COVID response, but then our recovery, because we will know just the extent to which we are seeing weakness in the provincial economy and where we can apply specific programs to help people. And that's where I'm going next, which is around I have seen a number of things in the second quarter fiscal update around the softness in the employment numbers and some of the loss of economic growth and GDP. Obviously, some of this is to be expected in most corners of the world, but certainly we are seeing it worse here in Alberta relative to other provinces. And one of the places we see that is in mortgages in deferral. And I'm wondering if the minister has been briefed either by his officials or by the CMHC on numbers of mortgages in deferral. The most updated numbers I saw were 1 in 5 Albertans Albertans with Alberta mortgages were in deferral. I guess it's the right way to characterize that. Where I can find in this supplementary supply a consideration for what may happen once that deferral runs out, and the effect, the knock-on effect in either property tax revenue, employment, even things like the relative health of the ATB, other initiatives. This is a very serious matter when that many Albertans get behind on their mortgage payments.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to the comments of the member opposite around the federal wage subsidy and CERB program, the federal wage subsidy, I believe, is going to be in operation until June of 2021. And the CERB program was rolled into the federal EI program, and so that program will continue. And I would just like to point out to all members in the House that EI is ultimately a federal fiscal transfer program that Alberta has disproportionately contributed to, far in excess of what we've withdrawn. And so, again, we are seeing a period of time here where Albertans are benefiting from that program, and I would say it's about time funds start coming west. With respect to mortgage deferrals, the member opposite certainly implying that many Albertans have faced great economic challenge. That's true, Madam Chair, and that's why we responded very quickly with our economic recovery plan. Even before that, we responded quickly by working with the ATB and other financial institutions to ensure that deferral options were available. That's why we moved quickly with utility companies and, in fact, doing whatever it took. And part of that is reflected in our supplementary estimates, doing whatever it took to ensure that we could provide deferrals on utility bills as well. Madam Chair, we're staying in regular contact with ATB officials, monitoring consumer deposits, business deposits, operating line utilization, liquidity levels, as well as mortgage deferrals. And I can say this, that many of the mortgage deferrals are already starting to be back into payment mode, but we continue to monitor that situation.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have heard about deferrals in a number of instances, a number of areas, for example, utility bills. Does this second quarter fiscal update contain any measures for small business to avail themselves of utility forgiveness as a form of assistance if they have to comply with provincial health measures over this fall?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would call on the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation to perhaps discuss some of our most recent business support initiatives.
The Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question on this. We've recently provided a second tranche of the Relaunch Grant Initiative. This is our $200 million commitment to small businesses that have been impacted by health measures in our province. The initial round had an uptake of over 16,000 small businesses that have received over $60 million. The average distribution per small business was about $3,700. So what we've done now as new health measures have come in with the second wave of the pandemic, we've put in place a second relaunch grant available to companies that have been impacted by new health orders here in the last few weeks that have seen their revenues dip. We've also lowered the threshold of availability from 50% down to 40% so that companies that have been impacted by 40% are now eligible for that relaunch grant. And that also goes back retroactively all the way to the beginning of the program to impact small businesses that had that were in between 40 and 50 that didn't quite qualify for the initial program. They now qualify. We're going to retroactively provide checks to them for that first application.
The honourable member.
Thank you. So I'm hearing that our utility costs are going to be wrapped into an overall eligibility for the small business grant, but that the legislation won't be amended to authorize forgiveness on utility costs. So I'm just going to confirm my understanding and move on. So the new federal emergency rent subsidy lockdown support program for businesses affected by provincial health measures, or any public health measures, as I believe how it's written in the federal policy, provides a certain amount of support. Many folks out there, who found the initial emergency rent support to be wanting are also looking at this and seeing that at least a 25% top up on what is being offered from the federal government would be necessary to ensure business continuity. So it is in this supplementary supply a budget for a 25% top up for businesses forced to close as a result of provincial health orders, whether it's in-person group fitness classes or other businesses that are that have already been subjected to second wave provincial health orders.
Honourable Minister.
And I'll happily answer any follow-up questions that the member may have on this. I'll do my best to try and answer the question. The way that we've structured the relaunch grant is based off of revenue. So it's if they see a revenue drop of 40% as a result of these new health measures and the impacts of the COVID situation, then they would then qualify for the relaunch grant. And remember, there's two payments, so there's up to $10,000 of support for small businesses. They can still apply for the first tranche, and if they're impacted by these new measures, they can apply for the second tranche. So if they missed the first round, they can still apply now for up to $10,000 of support, depending on how much revenue they had and how they've been impacted.
Honourable member.
I'm just going to confirm my understanding then that nothing specifically on the rent, that again, the grant piece that has been doubled and the eligibility has been changed, which was good. That is the commitment that is contained within these budget documents. So the next piece that I want to ask about is the $1 billion from the federal government around the oil and gas well rehabilitation program and the oil services jobs that it is supposed to create. So I'm seeing, and I want to confirm my understanding, that we've got $420 million in this fiscal moving and the balance moving out in subsequent time. And so I'm wondering what the plan is here to move that money and get people to work quickly. I can appreciate that this is a complex matter, but I can also appreciate that we have double-digit unemployment. And I can also appreciate that you're dealing with both the AER and the Orphan Well Association and the private sector operators. And so I can appreciate, and the federal government, and that brings its own level of fun. And so I appreciate those complexities. I really do. Having said that, having grown up in an oil and gas family, my dad worked oil service, he worked on oil rigs. I can also appreciate the kind of urgency that people are feeling in this kind of downturn that is so severe. It is like the early 80s. It is like the family I grew up in. So, the bureaucratic explanations of, it's really hard and the AER, the private sector and the blah, blah, blah is cold comfort, I think, for those folks that are looking for jobs. So we got $1 billion and we're trying to get it out the door. Over the summer, it was reported that the program was experiencing difficulties and all of those things. Is there a specific secretariat or other convening organism within government to get that money out the door and get paychecks into people's hands for an honest day's work out there in the oil and gas sector? I want to see a plan. I want to know how many humans are working at it. I want to know how many families that's benefiting.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the member opposite certainly puts it well in that many in the oil and gas service sector are hurting these days, and that's why we worked hard to leverage $1 billion of Alberta's money back into this province from the federal government to roll out this site rehabilitation program. And Energy has a dedicated team.
Honourable members, that concludes our first 20-minute block. We'll move into the second 20-minute block. Did you want to allow the minister to answer the question in that time? Yes? Did you want the finance minister to finish the question on the first block?
I think we'll get to it. We'll get to that again if that's okay.
For sure. Yeah. And did you want to share your time with the ministers?
If she's open to that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for this opportunity to engage in consideration of the 2021-22 Supplementary Supply Estimates General Revenue Fund is where I'm focusing my energy on page 31 through 33, primarily because they're the education supplementary supply estimates requested. And I guess the first question I just want to start with is, we all know that this has been an unusual year and probably the most difficult September that anyone's experienced. And while it was a tad late, it was better than never. We're grateful, I think as Albertans, probably on both sides of the aisle, that the federal government did make a commitment in August to allocate $262 million to support a safe reentry of school. So I was expecting to see $262 million reflected in the supplementary supply estimates here, but it is far less, about $144 million when it comes to the actual operating pieces that are all broken down where there's reference to the Government of Canada allocation. So I'm just hoping the minister can explain to us why we don't see 162, why we only see 144.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, thank you for the question. And yes, you are correct. The federal government did allocate $263 million over the course of a whole year. Of course, we were only provided half of that funding initially. And
What I would say is, we were very strong in advocating for funding from our federal government to support our school reentry program. That being said, as a province, we have committed $750 million already to support going back to school. And when you look at the funds that the funds and the lines there, what you were referring to was the fact that we did have a reallocation of funds, a redirection in the spring, and so that is captured in those dollars that you were mentioning. And that redirection did go to our COVID response. As well, when you look at all of the line items on page, and I don't see the page number, but it's the supplementary amounts by program, you will see that every line item has an increase. And so I'm very happy to say that we have been providing a strong support to our school system between all of the line items that you see in base funding, in learning support funding, in all of the funding items there, including reserve funding of $363 million, an overall budget increase of $120 million. Again, $750 million total support to our education system.
The honourable member.
I appreciate that the minister was talking about the significant reductions to board allocations, $128 million in the spring, but my question is specifically about the $262 million that was committed. This budget was passed before the 128. I'm not even talking about the 128 right now. I'm just talking about the 262 million from the federal government. Why isn't it reflected in the money that is being requested to be spent here today? It should be $262 million that was reported to be coming in. I'd like to talk a little bit about the 250 versus 262, but I expected there would be 262 in this budget, and it actually works out to 144. So where's the missing federal money?
The honourable minister.
Again, I will say that the $262 million is reflected there because there was the additional offset of the redirection of the $128 million that was saved in the spring that during that short-term interruption in funding to school divisions, and therefore those monies have been redirected to the COVID response.
I wasn't even asking about the 128. I was asking about the federal revenue that was transferred to the province of Alberta that was being told so just the 262, because there should be, in all accounts, there should be 262 and 128 as an additional reduction. But okay, let's talk about the 262. So originally, third time, sorry. Let's try.
Sorry, okay. So just to further clarify, the $262 million will be fully put out to school divisions. We've already put out a half that. $250 million total will be put out as a result of it. $6 million is going to be allocated in this term, 4.6%, to support school authorities seeing large enrollment growth. So it is all going out there. The difference is an accounting difference, and it is just because of that $128 million offset.
Honourable member.
So hopefully
$128 million cut. What the government said previously, that $12 million was going to be allocated. That's the difference between the 250 and the 262. That $12 million was going to be allocated for specific increased online enrollment growth. So the minister is now saying that $6 million for
going half year, 12 million total.
Yeah.
Here's a just reminder, direct the comments through the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the minister is saying that there's only $6 million. I know that parents are desperate for money to be meeting the needs of the increased pressures that students are facing in schools and want to see the federal money flow quickly and efficiently, and that there is a lot of concern that we've failed to hire additional staff. So while I know this is about the consolidated provincial estimates, I'm hoping that the minister either now or perhaps through tablings later this week can report to us on the net staffing changes by classification, so teacher, support staff, custodial staff, as a result, what the net staffing change is between what last year's budget was and this year's budget was, through you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
So this is about supply, and don't have those items in front of me right now, but just to clarify on the federal funding, the federal government is providing the funding in two phases. For Alberta, the first phase, which was 50%, is $131.4 million, which was provided in September. Phase 2 is expected in early 2021. But that is contingent on all of the metrics being met by our school divisions. In the distribution phase, we distributed 95.4%, which was $175 per student. We did it on a per student basis, so $125.4 million was distributed. An additional $6 million, or 4.6%, was allocated to support school authorities that are seeing the large enrollment growth. If you double that, you will see the $250 million, or 262 total, 262.8 million total that you're referring to. So it is all accounted.
The honourable member.
So I appreciate that context. The question specifically is about net staffing changes between last year and this year. Presumably, with the new federal funds, there should be at least some increase to account for that. But will the minister table in this House, and it's fine if she doesn't have it today, will she table in this House what the net staffing changes are for each of the staff groups identified, teachers, support staff, custodial staff, in terms of meeting the demands of COVID, which clearly this is document and the supplementary supply being that almost every dollar in here is about the COVID response. There should be some increased staffing costs. If there's increased funds, will the minister table that in this House later this week or at her early audience? When can we expect to get that information about this budget and how these funds are actually being allocated?
The minister.
Thank you for the question, and as the honourable member knows, that school divisions are the ones they're actually the employers, and they're the ones that are in charge of staffing, etc. Every dollar that we have allocated towards school divisions, it has been provided to school divisions to fight that response. As I said earlier, $750 million to date. And if more is required, we have made the commitment that we will be looking to provide schools with those support. I can itemize all those items but that being said, school divisions are the ones that are the employers, and they are making the staffing decisions for their school divisions.
The member.
Absolutely. Having both been former trustees and board chairs, I get that. Staffing on the ground flows from funding from the province. And as the Minister of Health, I certainly stood and answered for what was happening in terms of total staffing. And I know the Minister of Health does today too, about in terms of total complement for registered nurses, LPNs, physicians. He reports that information regularly to this House, even though he's not technically the employer, just like the Minister is not technically the employer for school authorities, the local school boards are. Will the minister commit to sharing that information with his House? The other question I have that relates to this topic somewhat is the minister referred to $12 million in two $6 million chunks being withheld for jurisdictions that saw increased enrollment. The vast majority of districts I've spoken with, almost all, have said that their enrollment wasn't as much of an increase as they expected, that there are many students that are missing that they expected to see. So will the minister commit to sharing, either now would be great, or later this week through tablings, the list of school authorities that saw that increased enrollment and that are receiving the $6 million that's being asked for in today's consideration?
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the question, and I'm just eager to respond because we are still awaiting final number counts from school divisions, and once school divisions are able to provide us those final number counts, we will be looking to distribute that additional $12 million, of which we only have half at this point in time. So $6 million to those school divisions that have seen additional growth and have provided online programming for students. So again, we do not have those numbers at this point in time.
Honourable member.
Which I find troubling, Madam Chair, because every year until this year there was a September 30th head count, and I'm sure this year there was also a September 30th head count, at least for internal purposes, if not for outward reporting. But for the minister to withhold millions of dollars that could be used for students right now, I think it's fair for the public. I know the announcement was made by the Government of Canada in August, and we wish it would have been earlier, but better late than never. But now we need to see that money flowing, and we need to know, we have every right, I would say, as stewards of the public purse, to ensure that that money is flowing to those additional jurisdictions. So will the minister, there's always been a September 30th head count, will the minister commit to sharing with us where the increased enrollment was, that she's withholding these funds from being allocated out to schools, so we can ensure that they're there immediately to serve the needs of students?
As the honourable member knows, we are in a COVID pandemic, and we had school divisions that approached us who wanted flexibility and a little bit more time to gather those numbers because of fluctuations in their accounts. We also provided additional time to school divisions because of PUF funding. For PUF students, special needs students that they had, they required additional time to do assessments, etc. So we gave that flexibility to school divisions, and we are now awaiting those number counts and anticipate having them early, hopefully early in December, but again, wanting to give maximum flexibility, and as the honourable member can appreciate, given the extenuating circumstances, that school divisions really appreciate that flexibility.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What they'd also appreciate is funding to be able to actually deliver the increased supports that were announced 3 months ago. So I sincerely hope that the minister just said that the information will be available to her in early December. Will the minister commit to tabling that information here in this House so that we can all know where the increased enrollment is? Because jurisdictions keep reporting to me and publicly at their meetings that they're missing students all across this province, that there are students who have Alberta education registration numbers that have not registered in schools. Does the minister have that number handy? Can she tell us how many students are missing that should be registered in school right now, and have they done their analysis as to where they are? Because I fear that there could be even more students in need of more supports than what we're aware of today.
And thank you for the question, and I can assure everyone here that full funding has flowed to school divisions. The required funding is out there and in play. The federal funding, actually, we were one of the first provinces to ensure that our school divisions actually and school authorities actually got that federal funding prior to even the federal funding coming to us as a province. So very happy to reiterate that piece, as well as the fact that we have been monitoring the situation, as has all school divisions, in terms of the student counts. We are continuing to wait for the finalized school counts from all our school authorities, but we do recognize that a number of parents have chosen to keep their ECS and kindergarten children at home, knowing that it is voluntary to put them into the school system. So again, we are continuing to monitor the situation, and we'll have finalized counts very, very soon.
Thanks. Will the minister table those counts in the House? I have a grave concern that there are thousands of students who are entitled to an education in this province who aren't receiving one right now. So it would be great to know, and I appreciate that this has been a very challenging year for local school authorities and for all Albertans, but I would appreciate knowing that the government is doing due diligence. Students have potentially lost 3 months of educational opportunities already this year, and I would like to ensure that we move quickly to ensure that they get the supports they need to support their learning. So if the minister would commit to tabling that information in this House as soon as she's received it, that would go a long way, I think, to helping us all feel confident that students are receiving the supports that they deserve and the education that they're legally entitled to. I also want to recognize that yesterday the announcement was made around moving to online for grades 7 through 12, and I know that emergency remote home learning in the spring was a challenge, and that one of the things that was raised by many jurisdictions outside of Edmonton and Calgary and Red Deer is the challenge with reliable internet, and specifically the announcement referenced online. So what types of additional supports and resources are going to be put in place to ensure that students, and it won't just be 7 through 12, because we know K through 6 will also be doing an online portion according to the Premier's announcement yesterday in January. So how are we going to ensure that they can actually learn online? Students all across Alberta, and especially those who don't have access to reliable internet services in rural communities.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. Again, we are working with all our school authorities to ensure that they have the proper supports that they require. I know Service Alberta has been looking to improve broadband connectivity across this province as well, and we're continuing to improve those measures. Again, I'm not sure how all of these questions relate to estimates, the number counts and connectivity, but happy to assure all of Albertans that we continue to monitor the situation right across Alberta and to ensure that every student has the ability to have that excellent education that we're able to provide for them. And so I know that school divisions have been preparing since early March, since we had to go to teacher-directed online learning, that we were able to develop a plan together with our education partners through the guidance of the Chief Medical Officer of Health, that we have come up with a very, very robust plan that is working. And I'm sure the member opposite celebrates with the rest of Albertans that we've been able to keep transmissions within our schools really, really low, 0.1%. That means that 99.9% of students and staff have currently been, are currently today COVID-free. And so I'm sure that the member opposite really celebrates with us on that point.
Thanks very much. And the Chief Medical Officer of Health also said that 13% of our schools have active COVID cases in them today. So that's the other part of the story. We certainly don't want any student or staff or in turn their family or community members to be negatively impacted by COVID. And the reason why I asked the questions about online connectivity is because we're here considering documents that were prepared before the announcement was made likely, but they were tabled in this House around the same time the announcement was made, and they're specifically pages 32 and 33 is about the reentry plan and costs related with that. So there has been 3 different situations. So I'm happy to answer the minister's question about how it relates. It's what she's asking us to allocate money for us to support students in schools and students learning remotely in response to COVID. So it's pages 32 and 33 of the documents that we're here considering. I was told that the minister committed that there will be no staffing reductions or budget cuts as a result of yesterday's announcement, and I would like her commitment reflected in this place. I know that there was a commitment made that that would be the case back in the spring, and that wasn't followed through on. There was indeed $128 million cut from transfers. So I would like the minister to confirm that there will be no further reductions. There have already been too many. There will be no further reductions to allocations for supporting student learning in the province of Alberta. The other question that I have, and because time is limited, so that's the first one. The second one that I'll ask the minister to respond to is around today in question period. I was relieved to hear her say that there will be exemptions put in place for students, disabled students who have a variety of social, cognitive, physical disabilities to ensure that they can continue their programming despite the order that was issued yesterday about grades 7 through 12. I hope that we can get confirmation for that. And how are we going to ensure fair allocations to ensure that equity is actually the driver in light of pages 32 and 33 that are being proposed here today? So I did hear the minister say that in question period. Can she confirm that there will be exemptions made for students? And of course, there's complexities because sometimes students are in congregated sites or congregated classes, but sometimes students are in inclusive learning environments. So what is being done through this additional allocation being requested here today that is, again, already I would say families are incredibly strained, but how are we actually going to fund that need, and how will we be accountable to this House and to Alberta parents and students that we're fulfilling that commitment that the minister made today?
The Honourable Minister, 10 seconds.
Okay. So first of all, I've already been very clear. I was on a teleconference with all school divisions and school authorities to say that full funding will continue and there will be no reductions whatsoever. Special needs, we have made the commitment for an exemption for those special needs students to continue with in-school learning. Parents will have to contact their school authorities to work that out. And I'm glad that the member opposite celebrates with us that our provincial commitment to education for COVID-related items for this particular has been $750 million, and that school boards have the flexibility to use it where they see the greatest need so that it has the greatest impact for students. And so very pleased to share that and continue to work with school divisions to ensure that we have and they have the resources to ensure that students and staff are safe. Just very, very pleased to share that good news.
Okay. We are now on the third 20-minute block of the 60-minute mark. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clearview, would you like to share your time with the Minister?
I would.
That is amenable. All right, your 20 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've got questions that will go to the Minister of Finance, to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, and the Minister of Energy. And so, however the government decides to who they put up to respond. So my first question is just around the COVID scenario that this fiscal update is based on. And so there are 4 months left in the fiscal calendar, and it's crucial to have a good understanding of the scenario that we're in. And so because we haven't seen detailed modeling from Alberta Health in months, what we're looking for here is obviously the economic forecast is going to be affected by the outbreak. Now, I would imagine that spending money on a COVID response will depend on a detailed modeling that has clear expectation how many cases that you folks are projecting over the next 4 months and beyond. And so my first question, was the economic forecast for Q2 prepared with COVID-19 modeling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I can say is that the economic assumptions that were used for the Q2 or mid-year report fiscal update did include a scenario where we're continuing to deal with COVID-19 within the province, continuing to deal with the pandemic, and continuing to deal with the economic effects around the world. With respect to our energy price projections, our department developed their projections. They tested those projections against multiple private sector projections. Certainly, our department projections were quite conservative. And again, recognizing that we are in a period of unprecedented uncertainty, certainly in modern times, I would challenge any member of this House to accurately predict where we're going with COVID and COVID cases. Now, we brought in public health measures that I'm confident will have a very positive effect on the trajectory of this pandemic. But in terms of assumptions used for a mid-year report, we are expecting to continue to combat COVID for the rest of this fiscal year and into the next fiscal year for a time.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Minister. And I'm not asking you to have a crystal ball, but I know that government does do modeling and use at least projections, assumptions. So my first question is will you table those models or scenarios that the department has prepared for you? And I'll let you respond as soon as I ask another question here, Minister. Jumping over to some of the stimulus spending, we've heard that money is going slowly out the door. We've seen this in infrastructure spending, but also in targeted programs, where we see stimulus dollars being pushed back or delayed. Now, if I recall correctly, the capital plan was $10 billion was announced, but only 8.2 is ready to go. So I'm curious to know what steps you're taking to improve the process to get the fiscal stimulus out the door so that we can help Albertans through this very, very difficult times. Now, I know in other jurisdictions, they often have a secretariat that helps to ensure that money does go out the door. I know we don't here in Alberta, but Minister, if you can just comment on what measures will you take to ensure that the stimulus is getting out to Albertans as quickly as possible?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and that is a fair question. We recognize the urgency to move forward with our economic stimulus for two reasons. One, to get on with ensuring that this province has the required infrastructure to position it for economic recovery, but two, and even more importantly, to provide Albertans with an opportunity for a job. But we also have to balance that need for urgency with the need to be fiscally responsible and respect taxpayer dollars to ensure that when we roll out these programs, when we move forward on an infrastructure project, that in fact we're doing it in a way that maximizes value. And so I can say this in my conversations with the infrastructure minister and the transportation minister, they're working hard to balance those two priorities to ensure we're respecting taxpayer dollars, at the same time moving forward as quickly as possible to get the projects going. So that Albertans can have a job opportunity. And I can, with an example of one or two infrastructure projects that I'm familiar with, I know that transportation is busy out purchasing land and property right now, which is a precursor to seeing dirt fly this spring. So I can assure the member opposite that ministers on this side of the House are aware of the urgency but they're also balancing that with the responsibility to deliver well and to deliver efficiently and with value to Alberta taxpayers.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm not sure you didn't comment on whether you'll table some of the modelling that you've received thus far, so I'll just remind you ahead of this next one. Jumping over to site rehabilitation, on page 37, line 6.1, you received $1 billion from the federal government for site rehabilitation projects to create jobs here in Alberta in the oil and gas sector. In the current sub-supply, you folks have, your plans are to spend $420 million this fiscal year. That's despite the fact that obviously we all know that COVID's hit Alberta really, really hard. And I know that other provinces have also received the $1 billion commitment. Now, in the summer, as reported, the program thus far was poorly implemented and was taking long for applications to be processed. And so I'm curious to know if these issues have been fixed, pardon me, and as well, you know, why aren't we getting more of the funds out the door?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member for the question. This site rehabilitation program, of course, is a new program for the province, and Energy worked very hard to get it up and running as quickly as possible. And when it was rolled out, very admittedly, it required adjustments as it went forward. One positive was that this program, Energy wisely rolled this program out in rounds so they could make adjustments to the program. And not only that, but the Energy set up an industry advisory committee which has been providing advice to the government on the site rehabilitation program. So again, this is Energy has grappled with the challenge of rolling out a brand new program, building a brand new program, rolling it out quickly, but also rolling it out so it's efficacious. So it actually results in maximum reclamation activity, in maximum job creation, and in a way that most engages existing energy companies as they go about cleaning up their well sites and improving their balance sheets. So, Madam Chair, what I can say is that the member raises a valid point. Given our projections in our mid-year report reflect the expectations from Energy in terms of the rollout of this program and in terms of the timeline for reclamations to take place and thereby the expenditure to incur.
Thank you. And so I know that for provinces of British Columbia and Saskatchewan, they have completely planned out and mapped out with clear targets and criteria how the dollars will be allocated and what outcomes that they're anticipating. So to the Minister, I'd like to know how many jobs were created this year? What is the forecast for jobs created next year with the spend? I'd also like to know, and there must be modelling that the Department of Energy has done as far as the effect of spreading out the $1 billion over 3 years versus deploying it all at once. I appreciate the Minister did touch on the fact that by doing it in tranches, the department can look at what's working well and make improvements on that. But I'm more curious, how many companies have been assisted thus far or taken part in this? As well to the Minister, what geographical areas are these wells predominantly in? Are they spread out throughout the province? Are they concentrated in one region or another? And then finally on this topic, Minister, if there's any agreements that have been made between the feds and yourselves and any of our Crown corporations, like the AER and others, if those agreements can be tabled or shared with the Assembly.
The Honourable Minister.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I can report to the member opposite, as of November 20th, $255 million in grant funding has been approved and is being allocated to 440 Alberta-based companies, creating just over 1,200 jobs so far this year to date. And recognize that, you know, as this program rolls out, my expectation would be consistent with any new program rollout that there will be efficiencies found and the program can be implemented exponentially quicker and more efficiently as time goes on. With respect to any agreements affecting the AER, what I can say is that relative to the federal program, there are no official agreements required with respect to this program. Our goal is to ensure that we can see as many sites as possible be fully reclaimed, and that we can put a maximum number of Albertans to work in the energy service industry.
The honourable member.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that detailed answer. I do greatly appreciate it. And so we look forward to getting updates in the subsequent years as far as additional companies and jobs as we move forward. I've got one more question for the Minister of Treasury, Board and Finance, and then I'll jump over to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. On page 37, expense 6.3, going back to the utility payment deferral programs. Now, the loans outlined in the line item are interest-free loans to utility companies that are, I mean, they're allowed to charge interest to Albertans that were in need to defer their utility costs. But I'm curious if you can tell us how many dollars in interest are being charged to Albertans enabled by these interest-free loans from the taxpayer.
The Honourable Minister.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We may need to provide additional information to the member opposite, as I don't believe I have all of that here today. What I can say about the loan deferral program, firstly, is that our utility deferral program was critical early days, as there was so much uncertainty, fear amongst Albertans, rightly so, as we really didn't know what the pandemic held. We really didn't know how deep the economic challenge would be. And so we believed it was important to work with utility partners across the province to ensure that there were deferral options. And those deferral options were significantly subscribed by Albertans. In order to get this accomplished, it required the Alberta government to put up a loan of $104 million. That's reflected in the financial transactions of supplementary supply today. And we will work to provide the member opposite with additional information.
The Honourable Member.
I'm very excited, Madam Chair. I appreciate that response and looking forward to getting details on the amount of interest that was charged for that. Jumping over to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. Just to recap, earlier my colleague asked about the Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, the $67.2 million. And if you could just repeat, I believe, Minister, you had said that all of the $67.2 million has gone out the door and that it has helped 14,008, I believe that's what you had said, Minister, businesses in the first round. Can you please just start off to confirm that?
The Honourable Minister.
So on this program here, we've noted that there's 608 businesses have been a part of the program, and almost all of the $67 million has been dispersed. I think the Minister of Finance noted somewhere around $65 million is a zone that has been dispersed so far under that program.
The Honourable Member.
Minister, I appreciate that. So, you know, obviously this was a substantial amount of money that went out the door to help, obviously, with commercial rent assistance, which is critical to helping our businesses in the province. And so my question is, what is the forecast for round two? So at the moment, I don't see dollars allocated for round two. We know that COVID, this second wave, is hitting businesses as hard, if not harder, this second round. So curious to know, you know, unless I haven't found it in the documents yet, is there a round two for this commercial rent assistance program?
The Honourable Minister.
So right now, we're just working with the federal government, getting further details. They made the announcement this week regarding some of the frame as to what they're trying to do. We're working through that with them right now to see how they're going to structure that and how that's going to correlate to us here at the provincial level. Details to come. Gladly follow up with you, though, if you need any other details as that unfolds. Feel free to reach out to our office as well. It's just not crystallized yet, so it would be premature to put it into this report.
Okay.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer, and I can accept that and understand that that it'll be coming soon, and can tell you that the businesses that I've spoken with are desperate for this kind of assistance and need it urgently. So moving on to the relaunch, I know that you mentioned it before. I just have a couple of follow-up questions, Minister. So obviously there was $200 million that you folks listed for the relaunch program. And you had mentioned this, but if you can just confirm, please, how much has been spent to date? Again, if I believe you had said 60 million, but if you can confirm that, and how many companies has that assisted thus far?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, member, for the question. We've had over 16,000 applicants that have qualified for the disbursement. The average disbursement is $3,700 is the average disbursement, and just over $60 million has been disbursed to date. So now that we're into our second wave, what we've done is we've reduced the threshold down to 40% of revenue reductions. Originally, the threshold was 50%, and we're going to make that retroactive. So if you were an applicant that was initially denied because you didn't quite make it to the 50% threshold, but you sat in that 10% bandwidth, right, you will now qualify, and we're going to distribute those checks as well. Okay. And then you also would qualify for, potentially, if you're impacted by new health orders, for a second round as well.
Okay, excellent.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. And so businesses won't have to re-qualify. They automatically are qualified for round two. So, and if I understood you correctly, Minister, so there's 140 million in this second round, or is there another 200 million? And I'm curious, when will those funds be available? When does that program start getting out the door?
The Honourable Minister.
Pretty quick here. We're pretty quick. We're going back and forth. Sorry, Madam Chair. Just to highlight, though, the applicants actually will have to reapply for the second tranche because there's new health measures. So we have to make sure that they qualify for the new health measures. Where I was saying that it'll be automatic is if you applied for the first round but were denied because you didn't quite make the revenue threshold, we're going to automatically go through the system to make sure that you qualify and get those checks out the door right away for them. As far as the timing goes for the new program, we're working with the coders right now at Service Alberta to get the system up and running. Okay. It should be available in early December for people to apply.
Okay.
The Honourable Member.
And so, and you may or may not be able to answer this, Minister, but if the system's going to be up hopefully in early December, when do you forecast how quickly dollars will get out the door? I appreciate businesses have to apply, they have to qualify. My hope is that this process will be streamlined. Again, you know, you folks talk about reducing red tape. Here's a great example where red tape could actually put businesses out of business.
The Honourable Minister.
Appreciate that question. And historically, with the first round, it was within, most of the applications were processed within 10 to 14 days. Most of the applications were done and checks out the door. We're hoping to make sure that we can improve upon that going forward, since we do have some lessons learned from the first round. So we're hoping to get these checks out the door in the month of December.
Okay.
The Honourable Member.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I appreciate that answer, and you can count on the opposition to hold you to account on that commitment. But again, and you know this, Minister, that businesses are absolutely desperate for assistance. So, whatever you can do to get that out the door quickly. I realize I only have a couple minutes left in this round. I'm going to jump over to the Ministry of Labour and Immigration on page 51. The ministry listed $262 million for WCB deferral and forgiveness. Now, is any of the funding to cover struggling small businesses into the new year? At the moment, if I understand this correctly, it's for 3/4 of the calendar year. And so will it stop as of January of 2021, or will it continue forward?
The Honourable Minister has 3 seconds. 3 seconds? No more seconds. Honourable members, that concludes our 60-minute block. We will now move to private members of the Government Caucus for a 20-minute block. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East, would you like to share your time with the Minister?
I would like to, please.
All right, please proceed. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to just recognize that the extreme challenges of this unprecedented year has had on all the ministers and their budgets. In particular, health has been at the forefront of the COVID response, with numerous challenges, particularly with emphasis on the fiscal for this discussion. I'm just wondering if the Minister could please provide some comments on the following couple of questions. How much is the province allocating to the Ministry of Health to support Alberta's COVID-19 response? I know we had the first $500 million. And to follow that up, how exactly will funding allocated to the province's COVID-19 response be used within those values? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the honourable member. So the updated estimate is of $1.7 billion, which includes funding of $500 million that was estimated previously. So this total of $1.7 billion includes a number of items. For example, when it comes to the consumption of PPE, this is personal protective equipment in both Alberta Health Services as well as the masks for the mask initiative, where we provided 40 million masks to Albertans throughout the province, as well as some drugs and testing supplies. That total would be $625 million for that line item. That's probably the most significant part of the $1.7 billion. Contact tracing and lab testing is the second largest item. They together would be $344 million. The Safe Restart program is potentially going to be providing some amounts for that. So this line item would include all of the amounts that relate to the testing, including the assessment centres that AHS had set up throughout the province, the contact tracing, as well as the data management that was required for both the testing and the contact tracing. And then the third largest line item is $271 million for continuing care. So this includes funding for our continuing care operators, for enhanced staffing, extra cleaning supplies, lost accommodation revenue, as well as increased healthcare aid staffing levels. There was a $2 top-up wage, you'll remember, Madam Chair, and paid student practicum positions. As well, there were additional funding for all of the AHS long-term care, as well as designated supported living operated facilities throughout the province. Now, the additional funding for AHS long-term care and DSL, that was in that $271 million, is $45 million for that. There's also $95 million for other incremental operating costs for AHS. There was $94 million for AHS for staff redeployment, primarily for the staff redeployed from the surgical initiative. There's $74 million for physician compensation. That's actually, you're going to see in the physician compensation and development line item in the expenses. One of the reasons why the amount there is a little bit less is because some of the physician compensation is actually included in this $1.7 billion for responding to COVID. And a bunch of other line items are included in this $1.7 billion, Madam Chair. And thank you very much to the honourable member for his question.
The honourable member for the honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Minister for that detailed response. Appreciate that. The next set of questions I have regard to our preparedness. Obviously, there are so many unknowns with this pandemic. I think the Minister of Finance alluded to that. The predictability has been incredibly challenging. We know cases go up and then they flatten and then they go up again. But precise numbers are very much more difficult to come by. So in terms of that, does the Minister of Health know that these funds will be enough to properly respond to COVID in the sense that with their best projections, are we going to have to provide additional dollars? And maybe in part of this response, if you could also talk a little bit about the preparedness that Alberta took at the very beginning. I know there was significant efforts to purchase PPE, ventilators at the time, and different things like that. As well as possibly, if you wouldn't mind touching upon how this compares to other provinces. I think it speaks well to the intent and focus and work that has been done by his ministry to not only allocate funding, but prepare possible projections to such the extent that they were able to share with other provinces equipment at different times. So again, all of those questions related to that one topic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, so the amounts are based on our current forecast, Madam Chair, but we do know that the response to the pandemic is constantly evolving. It's a dynamic situation. We will have to closely monitor the impact of COVID on the province, including the health system, to continue to respond and make sure we're working very closely with HS to make sure that they have all the resources that they need. And so we'll continue to be responsive in our efforts to protect the health and wellness of Albertans, make sure that everybody who needs critical care is going to be receiving it throughout the pandemic. When it comes to preparedness, Madam Chair, happy to answer that as well. We did begin work in January and February, as the Honourable Member said, to begin to purchase personal protective equipment, or PPE, knowing that the rest of the world was having shortages. We used our purchasing power and one integrated system here in Alberta to be able to buy not just enough PPE for that first wave, but also for future waves, including now. And so we're thankful to have those stockpiles that we were able to accumulate early in the year. We also were able to quickly expand our contact tracing and testing capacity throughout the province. The innovation that was shown by AHS to develop the PCR tests, the molecular tests, to be able to be done here in Alberta, for us to make sure that we had enough supply of reagent, that we were investing in 3D printers as well, for us to have the swabs that are going to be needed for our testing capacity, and to buy new equipment. So millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars in new equipment to be able to ensure that we had the testing capacity throughout the pandemic. And the members are correct that we had, we watched while our partners in other provinces were having shortages in their PPE. We heard the call to start assisting our fellow provinces, and so yes, some of our PPE was donated early in the year to other provinces who were in need, as well as ventilators were lent to some other provinces, and we're very proud of that. A lot of the solutions were made here in Alberta, Madam Chair, including I should give a shout out to a company called Exergy Solutions, who worked to develop a new type of ventilator that it was quite astounding that somebody was able to that quickly design a new ventilator that had never been designed this way before, to get the approvals from Health Canada, and very quickly manufacture 200 of these to donate using funds that were provided from Suncor, actually. And so an amazing example of some of the ingenuity and our many different partners throughout Alberta who helped us be able to respond so quickly to the pandemic.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Chair. The next set of questions I have has to do with our next focus, particularly in terms of the vaccine. So my primary question for the Minister is the cost of the COVID-19 vaccine part of this supplementary estimates for the Minister of Health? But beyond that, obviously, I'm sure every Albertan is looking forward to the day where, if it's as simple as taking a vaccine and we can go back to ordinary life, how many doses would be included in that purchase, if he's able to provide those numbers? And then if he can speak at all to additional doses that may be required, the numbers that might be required for the province, when we would expect to see those vaccine doses, and possibly even the order of how that would be administered, if it's appropriate to speak to that. Again, these are questions I think fiscally and preparedly that most Albertans are most interested in, is looking forward to the new year and the hope that hopefully will come in the shape of that vaccine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fact is that, no, we don't yet include estimates for vaccine purchasing and distribution and provision throughout the province, really just because it's too soon to know the details, not just about the procurement, the purchase agreements through the federal government. Canada has entered into purchase agreements with manufacturers who have 7 different manufacturers who have candidates that are right now in phase 3. The first 2 that they entered into agreements with were Pfizer and Moderna. And so I know off the top of my head, for example, the Pfizer purchase agreement with Canada was for 20 million doses with an option for 50 additional. So I know the first tranche of Pfizer doses that we'll be receiving here in Alberta will be, I think, 465,000, and that will be in early 2021. Moderna would be providing Alberta through the federal government $221,000. And so the cost related to those purchase orders or purchase agreements, the cost sharing that we'd be facing with the federal government, those details are yet to come, as well as the cost related to the distribution and provision of the vaccines. These vaccine candidates do require extreme cold storage, which is something that we have to make sure Alberta is ready and Canada is ready for. So that's still yet to come. And we look forward to continuing to make sure that when and there's going to be 3 phases, Madam Chair. So when the first phase of vaccine distribution does come to Alberta, that we're going to have the distribution and provision infrastructure there to be able to provide that to Albertans.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the Minister. I appreciate the foresight, the advanced planning, and the preparedness that this Minister has taken through this entire pandemic. The next set of questions I have for him, for the Minister of Health, is what specific programs or initiatives are included as a part of the additional funds being requested in the supplementary estimates? And then in addition to that, if he can provide some clarity in terms of these programs and initiatives, how long they would last, whether this request is for another full year or for a certain period of time, if you could speak to that. And then if they've provided any thought or projections in terms of once vaccines are being administered, once these programs are being initiated, if they have any forecast on the projected fiscal response to that, I would hope that they would see the costs reduce again. But again, I don't want to speak preemptively to that, but if you could provide any insight on the planning of those programs and the effectiveness they were hoping to see out of that, and then how that would impact the costs on an ongoing basis. So, thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe I'll answer in reverse order. For the length of time that's going to, these amounts are going to be forecasted, it's really going to be until the pandemic ceases here in Alberta. For the specific programs, as I mentioned, the most significant is the PPE, the personal protective equipment. That's $625 million, and that included as well the masks initiative that I mentioned, as well as all of the personal protective equipment that AHS is consuming throughout the pandemic. There's orders of magnitude increases in the amount of personal protective equipment that is being consumed right now by AHS than they would have typically seen being consumed in a typical year before this one. And then the second most significant program that's included is, as I mentioned, the lab testing and contact tracing. So that's $344 million for that. And then the third, the continuing care funding that we provided, including the $170 that we provided to our continuing care operators to make sure that they have the ability through enhanced staffing, extra cleaning supplies, to have the resources needed to protect their staff and their residents. So those are the most significant of the programs and initiatives that are included in the $1.7 billion, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the Minister. So I appreciate his response again and the planning and the clarity that he's provided today. My last question is the original $500 million that was allocated to the health budget at the beginning of the pandemic. Is that part of the supplementary estimates, and how will that impact these costs going forward? Again, this was related to the last question a little bit. Is it expected that we'll have another requirement for such a large investment to respond just to the pandemic as part of that planning? Other than that, what else can he say about the overall budget that's provided here and the plans moving forward? Again, thank you through you to the Minister for his time today.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, it wasn't. The original $500 million for the COVID pandemic response was part of the Ministry's 2020 budget. It was a late addition that was announced on March 15th after the first draft of Budget 2020 was tabled. So that original $500 million is not included. I'm happy to talk about further amounts. Both I and our colleague, the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, have talked about the $53 million additional in funding for mental health and addiction, including online supports, phone supports, in-person mental health and addiction support. And as we've said in this House many times, if one were to take all the additional mental health and addiction funding every other province has provided in the middle of the pandemic and multiplied those all by 2, that's what this amount represents here that we've provided in Alberta for mental health and addiction as a response to the pandemic. There's also been significant capital purchases. As I said, we invested significantly in our lab equipment, including the Kingfisher machines that are required for us to be able to process the PCR test quicker. It also includes a lot of clinical equipment that's required throughout the pandemic. There's also the additional funding required for the emergency operations centers. There's one that's in the ministry, EOC, but there's also in each of the zones a zone, EOC, a ZEOC. So each of these emergency operations centers in each of the 5 zones, and then emergency communication center as well in Calgary that's AHS's central command center. And as well, many other initiatives, including virtual health and additional funding for these types of initiatives, HealthLink as well, Madam Chair, so we can continue to be as innovative as we can in our response to the pandemic and providing those resources to AHS as it continues to respond to the pandemic and making sure that that all Albertans will be able to have access to critical care that's needed throughout the pandemic.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to cede the rest of my time to the honourable member from Medicine Hat.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat. Brooks, Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be directing my questions to the Honourable Minister of Finance. And I just wanted to start off by saying that I believe that we are in an unprecedented time, much like everyone else in our province. And we know that the real burden of leadership is now when you see governments having to make extremely difficult positions as well, many difficult decisions are being made right now. And I know that for this finance minister, I know him personally as well, and I know that having to spend at these rates is not something that he would want to do, nor is anybody wanting to put ourselves in this position. But I'm very encouraged by the work of the Ministry of Finance and the work of our government to keep our mind on fiscal responsibility, because I know that when we were campaigning in 2019 and before that, that was one of the first things that came up at the doors in my constituency was how are we going to get ourselves out of the mess that the NDP left us. And then we toppled a global pandemic on top of that, and we're in this position where we need to get our economy back on track, but we also need to be focused on those key actions and keeping ourselves focused on fiscal responsibility. So I was very pleased to see targeted measures taken to restart our economy, including historic investments in irrigation, something that will greatly impact my area of the province and greatly increase our fiscal capacity in this province to be able to grow food for the rest of the world, store water, and everything else. And I'm really glad to see in the Q2 or in this report that the Ministry of Finance gave yesterday that our province's finances have improved, and actually our increased revenue has led to a $2.8 billion decrease in the deficit. That is very encouraging news. And we know that we can't depend on revenue alone, however, to get us out of this position, and this will require restraint.
My apologies. That time has now concluded. We will now go into the 10-minute block with the official opposition. Would you like to share your time, Honourable Member?
Yes, if the Minister is amenable.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
I had hoped to address my questions to the Minister of Health. And so I will go on with my questions. Indeed. So, I appreciate the questions that were brought forward by the member for Lethbridge East, which helped clarify some of the initial questions that I had for the Minister of Health. Now, I would note that he did speak of some specific amounts, so of the dollars that have been set aside specifically for the COVID-19 pandemic response, that $1,192,500. He noted in his response to the member from Lethbridge East that of that, $605 million was targeted for PPE and the initial mask initiative. I was wondering if he could provide a breakdown on which amounts, I guess, would be specifically for the PPE for AHS and which would be for the mask initiative specifically that the government did in the spring.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So my memory is that it was a $4 million initiative, Madam Chair. So and $300,000 was for the distribution of same. So most of that money for the initiative went to purchasing the masks. Many of our partners who helped us with the distribution of those masks did that pro bono for us, whether it was the municipalities, nonprofit organizations, indigenous communities, as well as the restaurant partners, and then the rest of that is for the consumption of PPE that AHS is experiencing. As I said, an order of magnitude, at least one order of magnitude more in what's being consumed throughout the pandemic than what they would have seen in a previous year. So the vast majority of that $625 million, I think the number that was quoted by the member might have been incorrect, but most of that is for the consumption of PPE that AHS will be experiencing throughout the pandemic.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. There was also the mention then of $344 million for lab testing and contact tracing. Could the Minister provide a breakdown of the amounts that were allocated in each of those areas, so specifically to lab testing, and how much was allocated specifically for contact tracing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Yeah, happy to provide that breakdown. I don't have it off the top of my head, Madam Chair. But happy to be able to provide that. We've had, and a big part of this is also the redeployment as well that I mentioned, Madam Chair, and the amounts that were required to help AHS in redeployment programs. So the health system, like everybody else's health systems throughout the world, really came to a standstill. Our pre-COVID surgical capacity was reduced to about 40%, which we're thankful for, actually, in Alberta. Other jurisdictions like Ontario went down to about 10% of their pre-COVID surgical capacity. But a big part of that was many people throughout AHS being redeployed, whether it's the assessment centers, contact tracing, et cetera, so that they could help with that. But with that in mind, that there are other amounts included in this $1.7 billion that do indirectly also relate to the lab testing, including as well the capital purchases for lab equipment and the redeployment programs for the contact tracing. Madam Chair, happy to provide that breakdown to the member.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Could the Minister then clarify, of this ask then for just under $1.2 billion, how much of this is for funds that have already been spent, so allocated and gone out, and how much of this is the contingency? As we know, we are seeing a continuing spike in COVID-19 cases. We are likely to see increasing pressure. How much of these funds are intended for dealing with the remaining, I guess, for the ongoing issues that are generated by the pandemic through the end of the fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister.
Sure. Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer this question again, as I did for the member for Lethbridge East. This is our forecast at this present time for the remainder of the fiscal year for the response to COVID-19, as well, and on top of the $500 million that was additionally provided in the revised budget of March 15th, 2020. We have committed many of these programs already And as I mentioned, another question another answer that was asked by the member for Lethbridge East, Madam Chair, when he was asking about the vaccines, that is not included in these forecasts at this time because we don't know those amounts as an example, but we will continue as we understand that the response to the pandemic is going to continually evolve, and it is a dynamic situation. Our commitment to Albertans is that AHS is going to have all the resources that it needs to be able to respond to the pandemic, and we will continue to work with them to provide them with all the resources that they need in many different programs, whether it's the lab testing, contact tracing, in acute care, making sure that we have the capacity in our acute care system, make sure that we continue to work with AHS and the other operators of continuing care to work with them to make sure that the residents and staff will have the resources they need to protect those who are most vulnerable. And that's our commitment to Albertans, continuing to evolve or continuing to respond to the pandemic as the situation evolves.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that clarification of the information. Moving on just to another section here, looking at the page 45. One item that I think surprised me and perhaps some others was that envelope 4 of the supplementary health budget, the drugs and supplemental health benefits section, we see an additional spend of $127 million. Now, the reason I found that a bit of a surprise is because we know that the government recently changed drug benefits for Albertans, so there were about 60,000 Albertans who would no longer have drug coverage under the seniors drug benefit in that envelope. So at the beginning of the year, these were changes, I guess, that had caused many concerns, but now we see that, in fact, the government is spending an additional $127 million. So I was wondering if the minister could just provide some context as to where this extra spending is coming from and what it is being directed to.
The honourable minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And as we know, there are 22 different drug programs that are sponsored by the government. One of them is the Coverage for Seniors program is the official name of the Seniors Drug Plan, Madam Chair. It's one of these 22 programs, but we do have many other programs. We saw with the folks who were not seniors, who were previously in the Seniors Drug Plan, we did see an uptick in enrollment in what's called the non-group plan. And so we actually have seen increased enrollment of all of our drug plans throughout the year. Some of the previously estimated savings related to the biosimilar initiative that was announced last December has been postponed as a result of the pandemic. And so we have seen increased costs that's related to that postponement of that initiative as well. But those are the most significant two reasons. The third significant reason for increased spending in drugs for this year that we're estimating is related to the increased cost of drugs, which is what the entire world is seeing right now. We continue to work with the PCPA, the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance. This is the entity that was established by premiers, I think about a decade ago. And so we work with the PCPA to make sure that they have the infrastructure and the resources to be able to negotiate agreements with new manufacturers who have recently received approvals from either Health Canada or gone through the CADIF process, and then received an agreement with the provincial government and are listed in a formulary. So we need that work to continue to be done so that we know that Alberta taxpayers are getting the best price for the drugs that Albertan patients need for their care. And so we'll continue that commitment, but we do see an increased cost in drugs from the manufacturers continuing, especially as the care is changing as well. We're in a time when we're seeing new drug therapies are coming online. Gene therapy is the way of the future. Many of these gene therapies are incredibly expensive, but we're going to continue to work with the PCPA to make sure that the process when there is a new therapy or new drug because we do hear from many Albertan patients that previous years the
We are now proceed with the second 10-minute block. The honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat, would you like to share your time?
If the minister is so inclined, I would love to share my time with Minister of Finance.
I see a head shaking. Please proceed.
So as I was saying before I cut myself off, I would love to talk about fiscal prudence and the need for it right now more than any time. So I've noticed that our expenses not including COVID-19 measures have decreased by $156 million from budget 2020. To me, that is a very good sign of fiscal prudence and a sign that our government really has these priorities in mind. I was talking before about how we know that we can't depend on revenue alone. So I'm really glad to see that that our government is taking bold and decisive action, including transformational change within our own ranks to reduce government spending in other areas. So can the Minister of Treasury, Board and Finance please comment on our commitment to lowered operating expenses?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. That's a very, very important question because this government inherited a spending trajectory that was increasing 4% per year at a time when revenues were flat. And of course, Madam Chair, as we all would know in this House, anybody that's certainly managed a business or even a household, we would know that that is simply not sustainable. And Madam Chair, this government committed to Albertans during the last campaign that we would bring fiscal responsibility back to the province of Alberta. We also made a commitment to balance the budget in our first term. And Madam Chair, I reluctantly state today that given the great economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the resulting crash in energy prices, and the effects of the largest contraction in the global economy since the Great Depression, we will be unable to balance in our first term. But, Madam Chair, responsible fiscal management remains a top priority for this government, and we believe that we have a deep responsibility to deliver that in this environment. So what I can say is that in Budget 2019 and Budget 2020, we started the Alberta government on a path to fiscal responsibility. It was a credible fiscal plan that would bring down our operating expenditures by just under 3% and ultimately result in a balanced budget by 22-23. The McKinnon panel pointed out that Alberta is an outlier in our spending on a per capita basis. In fact, their conclusions were that Alberta spends $10 billion more than comparative provinces on a per capita basis every year in delivering government services. Madam Chair, that's 20% higher than other provinces. I am pleased to say that, again, our budget, our fiscal plan that we laid out in Budget 2019 and continued on with in Budget 2020 narrowed that spread. So, in fact, today, based on a recent Stats Can report, we have brought that per capita discrepancy down in half to where we are now approximately 10% higher than other provinces. And so, Madam Chair, we cannot afford to be an outlier. And so we will continue to move forward with the plans we laid out in Budget 2019 and Budget 2020 in terms of bringing our cost curve down. And in fact, in Budget 2021, I believe it will be important to lay out a plan that goes all the way to align our per capita spend with other provinces. And so, Madam Chair, that's why we identified as a fiscal anchor during this time when we cannot with certainty predict a new timeline on balancing the budget. That's why we have laid out as a fiscal anchor bringing our cost of delivering government services on a per capita basis to be in line with other provinces. That's why we've also brought in as a fiscal anchor, in order to manage debt levels, we brought in as a fiscal anchor the use of the ratio of net debt to GDP. That ratio, Madam Chair, is an important ratio because it's a predictor of the ability for a jurisdiction to manage debt service costs in the future. And so we have also brought in a fiscal anchor of staying well below 30% as a net debt to GDP ratio. And we have also committed to bring Albertans a plan and a timeline to balance the budget once we can see our way clear of the pandemic and as economic certainty starts to arrive in the province again. And so further to the member's very good question, we remain committed to bending the cost curve and finding efficiencies in the delivery of government services. And so we were very pleased to report in our mid-year fiscal update that, in fact, our expenditures were projected to be $156 million lower than budget. Our operating expenditures, $64 million lower than our budgeted amounts in Budget 2020.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that detailed answer. And I have to say, it's like he was reading my mind because I'm going to ask about fiscal anchors again. But I wanted to just elaborate on the needs for my constituents. I mean, my constituents are very concerned about overwhelming debt and deficit. And for me, personally, I'm concerned about passing this on to future generations. I know that the average Albertan is born with thousands of dollars of debt thanks to government's mismanagement and also choices that governments have had to make to keep the province moving. And I understand, Madam Chair, that sometimes we have to spend on key infrastructure projects to create jobs and get our economy moving, but it is important that we have fiscal anchors to maintain our credibility as they come out, set out a set of rules to keep our policy commitments. And governments around the world have had to spend and borrow, and there's no question we know that. And relief programs have been effective, Madam Chair, but they are costly. So I was wondering if the Minister of Treasury, Board and Finance could elaborate on those fiscal anchors and how they will inform our policy going forward.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and for the member for that question. I've not been known to be a mind reader, but I would be pleased to talk a little bit further about the fiscal anchor of net debt to GDP. The pre-COVID provincial average across the country of net debt to GDP was approximately 30%. And so that means that we in Alberta continue to have a relatively strong balance sheet. And Madam Chair, I believe maintaining a strong balance sheet is absolutely essential, because in order to recover fiscally in this province, it will be important to maintain a reasonably strong balance sheet. And that's why we've adopted the net debt to GDP ratio of under 30% over the fiscal plan. And Madam Chair, that will guide our decision-making with respect to infrastructure projects. That will guide our decision-making with respect to economic recovery plans, as we know that all of those expenditures at this point in time will require additional borrowing. But Madam Chair, we also know that stimulus right now, stimulus projects, infrastructure projects particularly, that provide future Albertans with real value, that position this province for economic recovery and growth, that improve our productivity and competitiveness, and will ultimately attract investment into this province, which will lead to long-term sustainable job creation and expanded economic and fiscal capacity, are critically important. And along with that, Madam Chair, these kinds of projects will provide thousands of Albertans, tens of thousands of Albertans with real job opportunities at a time when they really need them. So, Madam Chair, we will continue to move forward with responsible infrastructure investments. At the same time, we will be governed by a net debt to GDP ratio that will provide a fiscal anchor.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Chair, would I be able to have a time check?
1 minute exactly.
Okay, so I will be ceding the rest of my time to the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Lac La Biche. And thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask some questions to the Minister of Jobs and Economy. Fantastic. So Alberta's recovery plan is a bold, ambitious, long-term strategy to build, diversify, and create tens of thousands of jobs now and improve the quality of life for those in the future. Our government acted in unprecedented ways to protect people, and we must do the same with livelihoods. To the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, can you comment on the necessity of Alberta's recovery plan and the spending associated with it? The Honourable Minister.
Thanks to the member for the question. It's almost as though I could turn around and have a conversation, but we're going to do this in the more formal way where I'll address it through the chair here. Just really appreciate the opportunity to answer this question about our recovery plan as a whole. We're being strategic in everything that we do here.
And this next round goes to members of the opposition. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre rising.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a couple more questions on the health file, and hopefully we'll be able to receive some information. And if not, would be happy to have the data tabled and forwarded afterwards in writing. So first of all, looking at, again, page 45 of the supplementary supply, another interesting item is envelope 3, which is the physician compensation and development. So looking at that amount there, we see a reduction of $174 million. Now, I know indeed I've heard from many physicians about the challenges they have faced due to COVID-19 and the rather limited billing codes that are available to them for providing virtual care, as well as a number of the changes that were put through or forced through by the Minister of Health on April 1st of this year. So it would appear that we have a, well, I don't know if you want to call it significant, but certainly a sizable reduction of $174 million in physician compensation. I was wondering if the minister could outline where that reduction is indeed coming from, and did it result from any FTE changes?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and we'll certainly ensure that the Minister of Health receives these detailed questions as well, but I'm pleased to rise and answer. One phenomenon that we have been witnessing in Alberta during the pandemic is that there have been fewer visits to certainly some clinics across the province, as Albertans have made decisions to not visit their doctor as often as they might otherwise, and that has impacted physician billings, certainly to some degree. And so that will likely be certainly part of the response to the member's question. I would also just like to add that, Madam Chair, that we absolutely value and recognize the great value that physicians are providing Albertans daily during this time of the pandemic. We recognize the great service that Alberta physicians have provided for decades to Albertans, and just wanted to register that comment on the record as well.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you to the Minister, and indeed I would appreciate if the Minister of Health is able to offer anything supplementary to that, that would be appreciated as well. I was wondering if the Minister could also just walk us through the reduction of about $123 million in the balance of expense vote item. So I was just wondering if you could outline where the minister indeed found savings in the health budget, given that under the global pandemic, I would assume that we are seeing increased challenge across every aspect of the healthcare system. So I'm just wondering where in the midst of this $123 million of reductions were found. Are these permanent cuts, or would this be a temporary adjustment?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
So, Madam Chair, maybe I'll start with continuing the conversation with physicians and the question the member had related to physician compensation. So there's two reasons why physician compensation is estimated to be a little bit lower, and part of it is throughout the pandemic, throughout the spring, and even after we relaunched the health system on May 4th, and we had surgeries coming back. We went very throughout the summer trying to get back up to 100% of our surgical capacity and getting through the backlog of those who had surgeries that were delayed or postponed throughout the spring, and getting through over 90% of that backlog throughout the summer and early fall. We're thankful for AHS and our physicians for being able to do that. But as a result of folks in the spring seeing their physicians less, as well as the second reason, there are a lot of additional amounts for physician compensation, which are actually included in the additional funding for the COVID response, Madam Chair. So this relates to, for example, the addition of virtual codes for fee-for-service for physicians, for them to allow for treatment of their patients virtually instead of in person. So because some of that physician compensation is also included in the COVID response in that line item and not in the typical physician compensation line item. For those two reasons, those are the biggest reasons why physician compensation is a little bit lower than it is at this time, Madam Chair. And I have to admit, I didn't quite understand the member's second question, so maybe I'll let him rephrase, and happy to answer that in a future answer.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that clarification. And again, I was just referring to, at the very bottom of the expense vote under operating expenses on page 45, at the balance of expense vote, we have an amount of $123,222. So in reduction there between the current estimate and the total. So I was just wondering if the Minister could provide a breakdown or an explanation of where that dollar difference is coming from.
The Honourable Minister.
I'm happy to provide a breakdown for that answer, or to provide an answer to the member to that question.
The Honourable Member.
If that's the case, then those were all the questions I had at this time. Madam Chair, I will cede the rest of my time to the member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will start off where my colleague from Edmonton Beverly Clairview left off, asking about on page 61 the WCB deferral listed at $262 million in deferral and forgiveness, which is certainly helping struggling small businesses this year. The question is whether the amount here will continue past January 1, 2020, or if it is only to the first 3 quarters of this fiscal.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The abatement that was provided to small and medium-sized businesses was an abatement for 2020. So that would be the calendar year 2020. I would like to point out as well that there was a deferral component to that, and so again, as I've mentioned earlier, and I think we all knew in this House, early days of the pandemic and great economic challenge, there was great need for liquidity. Businesses were extremely concerned about cash flow to pay rents, cash flow to pay employees, and to meet other obligations. And so that's why we acted quickly. That's why we acted quickly with a full deferral of all WCB premiums for 2020, and in fact provided refunds for employers that had already made their remittances.
Well, member.
Much, and specifically because the government has taken the unprecedented step of helping with that premium support. My question is, has the government considered the implications of the policy change of instructing WCB to return surpluses to corporations, to those employers, given that this year's contributions are from the government through the supports that this has been given, rather than essentially it is taxpayer dollars here. If there are surpluses, will those be returned to the corporations, or will something else be considered given the unique circumstances of the year?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the question. That's a great question. I don't have the answer today. However, I can say this. I believe that the most compassionate thing we can do as a government is to assist in job creation right across the province and community after community. And so I will take this question back to the Minister of Labour and Immigration and provide you with an answer, but we'll consider that. Thank you.
Honourable member.
Thank you very much. My next question is on page 62. We show a reduction in spending in line item 3, safe, fair, and healthy workplaces. And that line item is often boots on the ground, whether it's employment standards, occupational health and safety, very important right now, particularly during the pandemic. And I was hoping to find out more about that reduction and why that is happening on this line item, particularly now where I almost expected to see maybe more resources being put into that area.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I think I'll answer in a broader sweep. I hope it answers the question. With respect to the in-year savings, $1 million in savings consists of reductions in supplies and services, for example, travel, contract services, materials, and supplies. This is being achieved with operational efficiencies as well as cost containment measures. The saving...
We will now move on to the next 10-minute block, starting with the Government Caucus. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Lac La Biche.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to start back where I had been to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, and I was just wondering if you could comment on the necessity of Alberta's recovery plan and the spending associated with it.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that the question. We're making sure with everything that we do with our recovery plan is focuses 3 foundational pillars. One is making sure we have the most competitive tax environment in the entire country. That's why we accelerated the job creation tax cut. The second foundational element is making sure that we have the most efficient government possible. That's why we've done a red tape initiative to reduce the regulatory burden by 1/3, which has saved businesses almost $500 million already with our initiatives to date. We're also making sure we drive down our costs. Before, when there was boom times in Alberta, our costs got out of control, and as well as we had irresponsible spending from the previous government, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Chair. So we have to make sure we get our efficiency of government to where it needs to be to have the most efficient possible government on the regulatory side and on the spending side. The third foundational element of our recovery plan is dealing with labor and talent, making sure we have the most competitive labor opportunities here in Alberta for people, making sure we have the training opportunities as well. And for those that want to retool or reskill, making sure we can shorten that window as well to the shortest possible time for them to get the skill sets they need for the jobs that they're pursuing in the workplace. As far as the dollars go, Madam Chair, we're making sure that in each of our sector strategies, it's making sure we do the diligence, we do the return on investment for each area. A perfect example of that, and I just want to highlight around agriculture. And this is a space that has an immense amount of technology that's being developed. We had an opportunity to visit with Olds College and their smart lab that they have there for their farm, and the amazing technologies that they're developing with drone technology, with tractors and everything else that goes along with it. So we're making sure that we can capitalize on the research here to make sure that we have the right investments going in for jobs of today and tomorrow. We're also investing in infrastructure. So we've invested over $10 billion, accelerated that, to make sure that we have the ability to develop necessary infrastructure, get people working now, Madam Chair, while we have the opportunity to get people working in this middle of this pandemic when we have to get people back to work. The other part of it as well, on the agricultural file, we put in place an $800 million investment into irrigation in partnership with the irrigation districts, as well as the Canada Infrastructure Bank, $800 million, which is going to provide irrigation to over 200,000 acres, create thousands of jobs, as well as increase our GDP by over $400 million. And that's just one piece of it. So we're building on our foundational strengths, agriculture, forestry, energy, and finding lots of different ways to diversify our economy. The recovery plan is truly one of the largest diversification efforts, at least in my lifetime, and we're making sure we get that done for Albertans so they have jobs for tomorrow.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister, for that very comprehensive answer. In your answer, you touched on small businesses, and I couldn't agree more. Alberta's small businesses are so critical to our economy, and as you're aware, they contribute more GDP per capita than small businesses anywhere else in the country, which I think is a really interesting and important fact. We saw that these businesses were drastically affected by COVID-19 pandemic and the loss of revenue that was associated with orders to close or curtail operations. I'm just wondering if you can, we saw an increase of $200 million for the small and medium enterprise relaunch grant, and I was just wondering if you can explain how this helped these businesses relaunch after the effects of this pandemic.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for that question. And When I first was asked to take on this new role 3 months ago, I went into my first department meeting, and this is kind of when you, in government, you're going to get to hear the terminology, and they said, oh yeah, our SMERG is doing this and SMERG is doing that. And I just kind of stopped them and asked them what a SMERG was, because it sounded a little bit like The Hobbit, and you're dealing with smog versus SMERG. But apparently this is our relaunch grant, so you have to kind of interpret government, government lingo and kind of mannerisms that you have. So we have, with our relaunch grant, which is $200 million for small businesses, we make sure that that's there for over 16,000 businesses that qualified to date with the first round. We've just put in place a second tranche of relaunch grant availability to businesses that have now been impacted by new health measures in the second wave of the pandemic. So small businesses could qualify up to $10,000 of payments. So we've done that. We've also lowered the threshold. So you have to have, your income has to be impacted. So we lowered it from 50% originally down to 40% to make sure that we can cover off more small businesses that have been impacted by the pandemic. It's impacted, like I mentioned earlier on, 16,000 businesses have qualified that employ over 100,000 people here in the province of Alberta. So we're going to continue to be there to support our small businesses. We're in that, as I've said before, in that fourth quarter of the pandemic, where there's that light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully we're going to get there very soon, but we're going to continue to be there to support our small businesses.
Honourable Member. Thank you so much, Minister. That's fantastic to hear. Small businesses do really play such an important role in our economy. And with that, I'd like to cede the rest of my time to the Minister, to the member from Peace River.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to direct a couple of my questions to the Minister of Education. Now,
You're up.
It really was a testament to the hard work, diligence, and self-reliance of a good number of Alberta families, and also the diligence and hard work of the educators and administrators in our public education system that worked tirelessly to make sure it went smoothly in very challenging and trying situation. And lots of things needed to happen in those places of education so that they went smoothly and so that it was a safe relaunch. Now, I'm interested to know if the Minister can speak a bit to the Accelerated Capital Maintenance and Renewal Fund that the Minister introduced, particularly surrounding COVID-19 learning environments. What has happened there? How much money was committed? And what kind of resources did that bring to schools in terms of a safe learning environment for these children?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Since I didn't have a chance to speak to this earlier, I'm really happy to speak to it. We committed $250 million that was dispersed across all school authorities for accelerated capital infrastructure maintenance and renewal funding. This created thousands of jobs that were much needed in our economy at a critical time during this pandemic. What these resources were used, what these dollars were used for by school divisions were for many enhancements to our current schools and school buildings, particularly hands-free sinks, automatic flush toilets, automatic doors. Many of these items are critical in helping reduce the spread of COVID, as we all know. So beyond that, many of the school authorities also chose to use portions of these funds to upgrade their ventilation systems, their HVAC systems. Again, something very critical in the pandemic fight. So, beyond this, the dollars were used to enhance the environments that the schools have. And I know that all school authorities reached out to me, the vast majority of them for sure, to thank us for this accelerated capital maintenance and renewal funding, because they were able to put it to good use immediately. And as I said, it created many much needed jobs and improved our school buildings. So when our students were able to come back in-person learning in September, those environments were ready for them to accept them. So it was critical funding needed at a critical time that we were able to put in play, and every school authority benefited from it.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the Minister. Critical funding at a critical time is exactly right. The situation that many of these educators were in was very, very stressful for them. And the truth is, the priority that the government has put, that you have repeated over and over again, every public messaging, on safety for the children, safety for the educators, for administrators, everyone involved in education, has been a priority. And I know, speaking firsthand to educators, administrators, people in that field of work, in my constituency and in my family even, they do appreciate that priority that we have put on it. And the balance that we have put on it, understanding that it is important these kids receive the education and we continue to go forward, keep calm and carry on. So the next question I'd like to ask will remain on this topic surrounding safe school environments and learning environments, particularly looking at the kind of funding that we have as the only province, only government in Canada that has provided PPE at no cost to the schools. Now, I know many of the educators I know personally benefited from that. Schools are very happy to have seen those sorts of supports. Can the minister speak about this program, whether or not it's been successful at a larger scale across the province, not just anecdotally within my constituency, and talk a bit about how it's affected the reentry launch initially as well? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you for that question, and agreed. When we were looking at bringing our students back, and when we, in discussions with the Chief Medical Officer of Health, had determined that students from grades 4 to grades 12 would require wearing of a mask, I felt it.
Members, that concludes that 10-minute block. We are now to members of the official opposition. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much. I will just quickly start with a quick comment in response to a question around the WCB deferrals. We heard about cash flow issues, but that those deferrals were for 2020 only. And so just a comment that cash flow issues are only getting worse right now. But having said that, the Minister was responding about in-year savings. If you can just pick up where you left off, keep it quick and I'll move on. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member for the question. So as I was saying, the savings are spread across the department with approximately $100,000 in ministry support services and $450,000 in both workforce strategies and safe, fair, and healthy workplaces. These savings will not have a direct impact on our programs and services being delivered to Albertans. And the other thing I will say is I had the opportunity to dig into the information with respect to the WCB, and there was no contemplation to return the surpluses because unfortunately we don't anticipate a surplus this year.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My next question, perhaps the Minister of Finance might be best suited. I was looking through all of the federal government transfers, and one that I was hoping to see was the Essential Worker Initiative announced by the federal government on May 7th. But I was not able to find that information. And so my questions to you would be how much for that Essential Worker Initiative was made available by the federal government, and how much has been transferred by the federal government so far under that initiative?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can report that we used the full amount available to us as a province without strings attached. I believe that number was $47 million. We will confirm that. My officials will confirm that. But we recognize that that there was a need in a number of categories, particularly in continuing care homes and for healthcare workers. And so we responded with a program to top up wages.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister. And I understand, okay, so $47 million, no strings attached, and you'll confirm that. Can you please let us know how much was on the table with, and I assume the strings attached would be matching provincial money?
The Honourable Minister.
There were additional monies that were available, provided provinces matched, and Madam Chair, we can provide that total to the members opposite. Again, we moved quickly at the time to meet an emerging need, particularly specifically in continuing care homes, or perhaps that's where the highest priority was. And so that's why we utilized that funding and ensured that continuing care healthcare workers were adequately compensated during a very difficult time of delivering service.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. On page 60, when we're talking about transfers out of the Ministry of Labour, there is a transfer to Agriculture and Forestry for the Agriculture Training Program. My question is how much of that was flow through federal money? And secondly, on the transportation for the Driving Back to Work grant program, I wasn't able to, just with some quick Googling, find out more about that Driving Back to Work grant program, and I would love to hear more about it.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Labour and Immigration, as you know, works closely with partner ministries. These transfers total $4 million. It's a result of responding to labour market needs in both agriculture and transportation industries. $3 million to Ag and Forestry for the Agriculture Training Support Program, which helps employers in the food supply chain provide necessary training to new Alberta employees. The $3 million is offset by federal revenue from the Canada-Alberta Workforce Development Agreement. In addition, another $2 million in federal funding is being directed towards this program through the Canadian Agriculture Partnership. This job training support complements Alberta's Agriculture Job Connector, a web resource to help agriculture employers looking for workers to connect with job seekers. And then with respect to transportation, $1 million for the Driving Back to Work grant program. The purpose of this program is to address long-term labour market issues in the commercial trucking sector by supporting the cost of mandatory entry-level training known as MELT for unemployed Albertans. I'll just note that in addition to the $1 million from Labour and Immigration, Advanced Education and Community and Social Services are also transferring $1 million each in support of this program. The $3 million total is offset again by federal revenue from the Canada-Alberta Labour Market Development Agreement. And despite short-term unemployment in the commercial trucking sector resulting from the pandemic, it's estimated by 2023 there could be a shortage of approximately 3,600 commercial drivers in Alberta. So we really need to stem this tide. This program will provide a new source of funding for unemployed Albertans to obtain the training they need to pursue careers as commercial carriers.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will cede the rest of my time to my colleague from Lethbridge.
Member for Lethbridge West.
Sure, thank you. I have a few questions just to follow up on something that was discussed earlier. So it sounded to me, I just want to confirm my understanding, that in the capital plan then we have $8.2 billion that is in the forecast here for investment in various initiatives. And then the 10 that is referenced as part of the government recovery plan, that's the 8 plus the 1.5 of equity from the Keystone XL equity stake that the government is taking. So just to confirm my understanding, then the 1.5 is coming out of the capital plan, and that's where those funds are flowing from, not operating expense. And the monthly disbursements that we heard about on Tuesday at Public Accounts then are flowing from the capital plan. I just want to confirm my understanding, and if I'm not correct, I invite the minister to make sure that I am corrected on this, that those monthly amounts are flowing out of the capital plan. And so my question then is, if that is the case, and if I'm correct in what I've heard, where do we see those financial assets of the equity stake represented on the balance sheet? I'm looking at page 8 of the balance sheet summary, and I don't see it in equity and commercial enterprises, or at least it doesn't really make sense for it to be there, because it's $1.2 billion this year and then forecast at $500 next year. So that doesn't really add up if it's $1.5 billion worth of equity. So I'm wondering where I find that $1.5 billion stake in equity. Is it all booked in this capital plan? How is it represented as a financial asset? How is it given its accounting treatment with respect to depreciation or any of those things? When is it expected to come off that balance sheet as well? And are we seeing those monthly amounts right now coming out of the capital plan, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The Keystone XL investment is not coming out of the capital plan. It is an investment that is being made by the Alberta Petroleum Marketing Corporation, and so again, it's not being funded from the capital plan.
So can the minister then explain to the House within the expense how that asset is being treated by the APMC and how it is being, what the structure is for them and what those monthly amounts are, and if the government of Alberta then transferred that whole 1.5 to the APMC and what those monthly amounts, or if it came in monthly, what is the amount that was referred to as monthly on Tuesday? Is it coming out of APMC or the GOA or some combination?
The Honourable Minister.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The investment in KXL will be on the books of APMC. Monthly amounts are not flowing from the government of Alberta. Monthly APMC is making those payments as construction progresses on Keystone XL. And in terms of an expenditure, it isn't an expenditure, Madam Chair. It's an investment that will appear on the balance sheet of APMC, offset by debt. And so again, it isn't an expenditure, either operating or capital, directly to the government of Alberta.
Honourable Member.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions about, I actually have a really quick one about cash on hand. I do recall being involved in some discussions around increasing our cash on hand, which we did do in, I guess, 18-19. And then there was a reduction in that cash on hand, and we'll get to it.
Government caucus members, the next 10-minute block, the Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue where I left off on the theme of education. This time departing slightly from some of the concerns around COVID to one that is a concern within my own constituency surrounding the bilateral agreement that Alberta has with the federal government surrounding providing education for minority French language Albertans. And it's something important to me because the Conseil Scolaire du Nord-Ouest does operate a number of schools in my constituency. I'm very proud of the work that they do. I'm very proud of the fact that the minister has taken a lot of time out of her agenda to make education in my constituency, particularly Francophone education, a priority. So my question is if you could update us with some of the details of that bilateral agreement, how it's going, and how it provides education, particularly for my constituents, but all Albertans, surrounding French language education.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Do that, and you're absolutely right. We do sign a bilateral agreement with the federal government to recognize and support the very important contributions that the Francophone community does make to Alberta. And really what we want to do is strengthen Francophone education within the province of Alberta. So we utilize those dollars in that respect. So under the Official Languages and Education Program, we ratified the protocol agreements with the federal government for minority language education and second language education. The protocol will be in effect until 22-23 school year. So under the protocol, Alberta will receive about $15.8 million annually for 4 years, including new minority language funding of about $1.6 million. The funding is shared between education and advanced education. So our portion for education is about 77% of the overall funding that I just mentioned, or about $12.1 million annually. And as part of our bilateral agreement, the federal government also contributes funds for school building projects for Francophone school authorities. So this particular year, for the 2020-2021 school year, we have 3 schools who have been approved under this agreement for a total of $2.36 million of federal funding. And while we appreciate the federal funding, we always are advocating for more. We work very closely with our Francophone community and realize that more can be done, and we continue to advocate to our federal government to ensure that they provide more funding if possible.
The Honourable Member.
Merci, Madame et le Ministre pour la réponse. I thank you very much for the answer, and so do the Francophone students across the province of Alberta. And I'd like to take the remainder of my time and cede that time to the member from Calgary-Pagan.
The honourable member for Calgary-Pagan.
Mask is caught on my earring. So I wanted to ask some questions for the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and congratulate her on her 3-month anniversary today on her new appointment and commend her on what a tremendous job she's doing. So to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, what is the Municipal Stimulus Program, and can you tell us a little bit about who is eligible for this funding?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I'm happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. The Municipal Stimulus Program is a program that we designed in response to the pandemic to assist municipalities and obviously Albertans to get back to work. This program is $500 million allocated across the province to municipalities based on a formula largely predicated on their per capita population. And the Municipal Stimulus Program will provide funding for shovel-ready projects and shovel-worthy projects. We ask municipalities to determine which projects would be the most advantageous, not only for today, but for future generations, to have critical infrastructure that they could leverage against any debt that we're incurring in this unprecedented time. I thank the member for the question.
The honourable member.
Much to the Minister for her answer. Was also wondering if she could talk a little bit about the Safe Restart Program, specifically what is the Safe Restart Program, and do all municipalities receive this funding?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and to the member for the question. The Safe Restart Program, or MOST as we're calling it, Municipal Operation Spending Transfer, consists of $606.5 million. It's a partnership with the federal government. $303.2 million was given by the province in matching funds to the federal government's funding. And this operational spending budget, combined with the municipal stimulus program funding, amounts to over $1.1 billion in transfers to municipalities at this critical time in our history. This will allow municipalities the flexibility to allocate funding where they need to in order to maintain critical services to citizens and also, again, to invest in infrastructure. The funding that the member is asking about specifically is with respect to operational spend, but we have applied a great deal of latitude to municipalities to allow them to transfer that funding where necessary. A portion of that funding, $30 million, was allocated specifically to Canmore, Banff, and Jasper to assist with tourism initiatives in those cities, and another $140 million of that bucket of funding was allocated to municipalities that had public transit and were experiencing incredible shortfalls in their revenues for their public transit systems. Again, I thank the member for the question.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much to the Minister. Also, I wanted to inquire, why have you requested over $200 million for DRP funding, and do these totals reflect the Treasury Board's disaster contingency funds?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again to the member for the question. Wildfire response was less costly this year, which is one of the good news stories of the year, but there were still disasters to respond to. The disaster recovery costs that we incurred cover widespread flood events that took place in the spring. The communities that were affected include the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, Mackenzie County, the City of Calgary, East Central Alberta communities, and the village of Acme, for a total of $157.1 million. In addition, the cost of responding to the pandemic totaled over $51 million, including the cost of sustaining the Provincial Operations Centre at enhanced levels over a sustained period of time. I believe we were at level 4 for over 2 months. Thank the member for the question.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to cede the remainder of my time to the member for Lakeside and Parkland.
The honourable member for Lakeside and Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to snap this thing off here as well. So I'd like to talk to the Minister, if I can, of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. And really, Minister, it seems like you've kind of got the lion's share here with what's going on with the economic relaunch. Between our economic recovery plan being protecting, creating, building and diversifying, you seem to have a large part of that. So many Alberta businesses were facing challenges paying their rent during COVID-19 pandemic and will feel the economic pressures even as their businesses reopen. Business suffered, a lot of folks had problems making the rent payments, etc. Can the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation explain how our government was able to help out some of these small businesses with the rent assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you to the member for the question. I mean, we worked with the federal government. It wasn't a perfect system that we had when it came to rent supports and commercial supports that were there. We allocated $67 million for our budget. So far, we've allocated about $64 million of rent supports to small business owners here that needed that assistance. 14,608 businesses, I believe, have taken advantage of that program and used it as required to get through this pandemic. But that wasn't it, though. We also provided the relaunch grant to small businesses that qualified, that had revenue drops. I've mentioned earlier on, we had the first tranche for the relaunch grant as we came out of the first wave. Now we have a second tranche of the relaunch grant, so that the aggregate amount there could be up to $10,000 for a small business that's had significant revenue declines throughout the pandemic. We've also had numerous deferrals, and working with the Minister of Finance and other departments, we've had numerous deferrals as well, with hundreds of millions of dollars of supports for small businesses here to make sure that they can get through this pandemic. I've mentioned as well where there's light at the end of the tunnel. We still have a little ways to go here. We're doing everything we can to help those small businesses that employ hundreds of thousands of Albertans.
The Honourable Member.
Minister, and I don't think any of us realized how bad it was going to be when we first ran. I was telling folks that we didn't know how broke we were until we got here, and now it's the economic needle somewhere between Great Depression and major recession. But one of the things that I have seen in my area is that innovation. And there are some really good small businesses that are just needing a little bit of a leverage and a kickstart or a leg up. So Alberta Innovates provides a range of these programs, I believe, for entrepreneurs, and through the funding, coaching, expertise, and research. And I noticed that you had $25 million allocated. Can you expound on that a little bit and tell us what that's up to in the Alberta Innovates and how that supports future growth?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, and just to provide some context as well, in working with the Minister of Environment and many other ministries, the Alberta Innovates.
Honourable Members, we are now in opposition to block time. I see the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to switch over and leave that other question aside because I have some other questions about our investment income. So I'm seeing here that in terms of our revenues, that we have some adjustments from budget in terms of our investment income from the Heritage Fund. That have been adjusted downward, $325 million. And then in the forecast as well, the sort of rolled up line of investment income for next year and the year after drops by $927 and $820 million respectively, which is considerably more. So I have a few questions about the Heritage Fund and reporting and some of the reductions downward. The first piece that I am interested in is will the government return to disclosing the Heritage Fund's asset allocation and returns? That piece was stripped out of the Q1 report from the Heritage Fund, and the reasoning at the time was given that they didn't want to alarm Albertans. But I think we can all agree that if any of our investment managers didn't send us a monthly report of our asset allocation and our returns, or, if BlackRock just didn't send me the information from an ETF that I hold with my asset allocation and returns, I'd be, I don't think that BlackRock, if they undertook such business practices, would have $7 trillion in assets under management. So that's a fairly non-standard approach to talking to Albertans about returns from any of their investments. And so I'm wondering if that information will be returning to be disclosed to Albertans, because now we are seeing a $325 million reduction from budget in the Heritage Fund returns to the Treasury. And my question there is, how much of that reduction is from the fallout of the volatility trading adjustments? Does it contain all of those? Because there were many of those transactions at the time when we first received information about this over the spring and and in September. that a lot of those transactions hadn't been concluded. So does that $325 million represent the full conclusion of the VOLTS strategy? Is any of the investment income in the subsequent lines that are underneath the reductions of expected income off budget of $927 and $820 million respectively in the next 2 years, is any of that attributable to the fallout from the VOLTS strategy? And are there any other reasons beyond usual market expectations that the government is looking at that went into the calculation for the reductions of the $360 million in the other income? I don't have it in front of me. The $325 out of the Heritage Fund this year, and then the expected reductions in investment income over the next 2 subsequent years. So I'm looking for some information on that, and I'm looking for a commitment that asset allocation and returns as a normal run of course of disclosure will return to the Department of Finance's disclosure to Albertans around what is happening to their Heritage Fund.
The Honourable Minister.
All right, good. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. What I can say with respect to the Heritage Trust Fund report, there was a reporting format change. That's really all that was intended. I will take the member's question and I think implied preference into consideration as we consider future report formats. One thing I can assure members of this House that we will ensure that reporting going forward will be transparent to Albertans with respect to the investments that we hold in the Heritage Trust Fund, because all Albertans are interested in the returns of that Heritage Trust Fund because it's owned by all Albertans. With respect to the losses incurred due to the VOLT strategy, the vast majority of those losses were reported in the year ended March 31st, 2020. There is very little, if any, to be reported in the subsequent years, including the current fiscal year that we're in today. What I can say is that, again, relative to our projections around investment income for this current year and our out years in our fiscal plan, is we are we're living in a world right now of great economic uncertainty. And so it is very difficult to make investment projections for the year that we're in today and for future years. So we have used our best assumptions on where the global economy will be to project investment income, recognizing that certainly within the Heritage Trust Fund or the Heritage Fund asset mix, there are illiquid assets that have provided great returns historically, and again, they'll be given the fact that we are in such a massive global economic contraction. We want to be conservative in our projections of investment income in the current year and going forward. But I will close with this. I can't understate the fact that we are in a time of great economic uncertainty, and investment income will be a revenue line that will be very hard to predict. We will continue in every fiscal update to be as transparent with Albertans as possible.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think I can assure the Minister that I think it's more than a preference of most investors who are having their assets managed that they be told on a pretty regular basis of the asset allocation and returns. And in fact, I would be shocked if it wasn't a legal requirement. And so that piece is, I think, on the part of Albertans more than a preference. It's a basic approach to managing investments. And in fact, there is that duty of care that is owed to Albertans. It was quite astonishing that that information wasn't there. So I'm glad to hear that it is going to return. Now, I have a couple of other questions about the other investment income all told rolled up into the out years of 927 million reduction and 820 million reduction. Are any of those reductions as a result of an expected investment review and a change in investment approach for the Heritage Fund that was announced by a public servant at the last Heritage Fund meeting in a way that was quite a surprise? I think normally the first major review of the Heritage Fund in over a decade, or I think it was just under a decade actually, since 2011. Normally that would be a matter of a government announcement and not someone who's there to answer questions. So can the minister unpack a little bit what's in that expected drop in income from investments? It's almost $2 billion over the next couple of years, and why that's there.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, with respect to investment income projections, I'll just reiterate, we right now find ourselves in a world of global economic uncertainty, and consequently predicting investment income is challenging, is difficult. We have done our best with the information we have today, but we have, I think, responsibly taken a relatively conservative view. And again, we will, at every fiscal update, as there is more clarity and certainty, provided we're emerging from the pandemic, and we will emerge, we will be providing an update on that anticipated investment income. With respect to the investment policy review for the Heritage Fund,
We are now to Government Caucus members for the next 10 minutes portion. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And back to the Minister, again, of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. So another $25 million question for you. We kind of got cut off a little bit earlier there last time. Again, Alberta Innovates, coming back to those entrepreneurs, giving them access, coaching, expertise. You noted in the budget that there's $25 million allocated. Can you tell us what exactly that's for, Minister?
Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thanks so much for the question on this. Alberta Innovates does a whole range of different projects that they provide research funding to. They work in collaboration with Emissions Reductions Alberta and the TIER program in allocating research from clean emissions to innovative technology companies that are being set up in this province. So Alberta Innovates is kind of there. They touch everything from the ecosystem, from agricultural technology to green technology to fintech. So they're there to help a whole range of innovative processes we have here across the province. They work with our post-secondary institutions as well on research funding, working with us on that side. So there's a whole range of things that Alberta Innovates does. And this is actually quite encouraging to kind of see where we are. And I'll highlight a little bit on my own hometown in Calgary. I know you're not from Calgary, but I'll highlight a little bit from my own hometown in Calgary that it's God's country over here, he's saying. 52, when you take a look at that 100 emerging cities in the world in technology, Calgary is actually ranked number 52 right now. So it's on an upward trajectory. We got Sundry's chiming in too right now. Everybody wants to be God's country. So we're going to calm it down a little bit. But Calgary's on an upward trajectory right now, and it actually ranks ahead of Ottawa. And a lot of people think of Ottawa as a potential kind of emerging hub for technology, and Calgary's on that upward trajectory. It broke its record for venture capital in 2019, broke its record again in 2020. You've got a bunch of unicorn companies now that are on the verge of becoming unicorns, and it's just an exciting time to see how the innovation ecosystem is coming along in the province of Alberta. And I know you're closer to Edmonton, so I'm going to highlight a couple of Edmonton companies as well. We actually had the University of Alberta recently, one of the professors there received a Nobel Prize for the innovation in virology. There's a huge opportunity there with some of the potential for commercialization in the pharma, life sciences space. We also have, Google DeepMind is here in Edmonton. They've got one of the top artificial intelligence, machine learning institutions here in Edmonton. So it's quite encouraging to see this innovation ecosystem develop in our province. But sometimes there's also a bit of a shift in mindset. Alberta's always been an innovative province. Like, we unlocked the oil sands, we unlocked SAGD, we unlocked carbon capture. We're at the forefront of innovation. It's in our culture, it's in our blood, and now we're just looking at different places to apply it.
The Honourable Member
Minister, and you did mention that I'm close to Edmonton. Well, actually, I would mention that Edmonton's close to us in God's country, which is actually Laxton and Parkland. And some of the things we have going out there for some of the things we have going out there are pretty interesting. So when you're talking about innovation, we have aerospace, we have the Villeneuve Landing Network, we have the whole Atchison Industrial Park. We've got tons of innovators. And what I've been seeing in my travels, Minister, is that there's a lot of red tape. We've always been diverse, like you're saying. And some of these tech companies, so talking about BioWare, for an example, and then Pegasus Imagery, we're starting to see some synergies. So they're looking for some red tape reduction. They're looking for some startup capital and also trying to connect the dots. So with that, you've got the Alberta Enterprise, and it helps support those tech entrepreneurs getting access to capital. Again, you've allocated another $25 million. Could you let us know a little bit about that, please?
The Honourable Minister.
Appreciate it. I'm going to try and keep my answer a little bit shorter so we can get more questions in. The Alberta Enterprise Corporation is a fund-on-fund structure. We've put in place $175 million for them over 3 years to make sure that we can leverage private sector dollars. It should create about $500 million of investment into venture capital here in Alberta. Encouraging times is also, I know the member is a big fan of the drone opportunity here in Alberta. I didn't fully appreciate this, where the applications for it. We do have the ability to do that here, particularly in the capital region. So lots of commercial applications on that front as well.
Honourable Member.
And I'd like to cede my time to the member from Stettler Drumheller, my second favorite part of the country, and again representing that cowboy country down there. So thank you very much.
Honourable members, just be careful with disparaging remarks about constituencies. The Honourable Member for Drumheller Stettler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cowboy country is not disparaging, though. Just to clarify. Pleasure to rise, take part in supplementary estimates, and wouldn't mind asking a few questions of the Minister of Environment Parks. I know he's always eager to explain and clarify for this House the great work that's being done by the TIER Fund, the emissions that are being reduced, the great technologies that are being leveraged. And we know it's important to this government to support and enhance the ability of Alberta's communities to adapt to changing trends and address future scenarios resulting from a changing climate. This must be done while simultaneously supporting the province's economic recovery. Can the Minister of Environment and Parks explain the new funding for emissions management and the various ways it can help support Albertans while achieving these broader goals?
The Minister of God's Country.
Well, there we go, Madam Chair. There's somebody who's been the David Thompson country right there, Madam Chair, through you to my fellow colleagues. I did not go quite that far, but I did say that his country was God's country for sure, Mr. Speaker, or I should say, Madam Chair, to the member from Peace Country. I do appreciate the question from the member from Drumheller Stettler when it comes to the Technology Innovation Emissions Reduction Program and the investment that was inside supplementary supply that is before the Chamber today. We have made a significant investment of about $750 million in total. Not all that is inside supplementary supply. Some of it was being taken place elsewhere within the budget, but it has been matched with contributions from the industry that take it to $1.9 billion, Madam Chair, and has created just over 9,000 jobs inside our province, or will when we have finished implementing it. I know the honourable member is very excited about some of the programs that are taking place in regards to methane. I think he shares the excitement in those programs for the same reasons that I do, is because it puts to work many constituents inside his constituency and my constituency, and has the exciting aspect of also putting together manufacturers that are both in his constituency and mine, and in several other members of this place's constituency, where they actually manufacture the projects around being able to reduce methane emissions. I think in Sundre in my community is a great organization called Black Gold Technologies, who has developed some of the best methane reduction technologies for the oil and gas industry that's used all across the world. And the exciting thing about being able to use TIER, which we are doing already underneath our environmental obligations and our agreements both with the federal government and internationally, but to be able to use at the same time to, on the stimulus side of things, Madam Chair, is that we can go and create programs that will have Black Gold be able to increase the technology that they have to install on well sites all across the province. And the people that do that are the very same oil and gas workers that normally work on our oil and gas sites all across the province. So like the Orphan Well program or the well reclamation program that has been put together by the Minister, Honourable Minister of Finance and the Honourable Energy Minister, it accomplishes some of the same things, being able to put together the very same contractors that work each and every day inside the oil and gas industry. And the most exciting thing, Madam Chair, is it actually reduces GHG emissions. It will reduce just that program alone that has come through in the stimulus package of GHG emissions by 40 megatons by 2030 and 45 megatons by 2050. Madam Chair, a significant contrast to the former government who brought forward, of course, as you know, Madam Chair, a carbon tax inside our province, and their own leader could not even articulate 1 megaton of reduction after putting an entire carbon tax on the economy. So, Madam Chair, we're excited by that. I want to thank the honourable member from Drumheller-Stettler for all his hard work advocating for many of his constituents that are helping create technology and innovation all across the province. I think he's got one more question before me, so I'm going to yield the floor back to him.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister. A lot of great work's been done lately in regard to the importance of watersheds, making sure they're resilient, rehabilitating them. Can the minister explain, with the monies in the supplementary estimates, how that's being done to work with communities, industries to protect our watershed?
Yeah, time is tight, Madam Chair, so I'll be
Minister,
very quick with that. This is also an important program that we brought forward, very similar to TIER, where we were able to use environmental money that we already have within funds, put it to work right now to be able to put people back to work, but deal with certain environmental obligations. And the most exciting part about that program is a sharp contrast to the former government, who did not trust local volunteer organizations to be able to help us do work when it comes to water restoration or protection of our waterways. That money immediately went into working with nonprofit societies all across the province to help us be able to protect waterway crossings at different spots like that, staying with our commitment to trust Albertans to be able to manage their backyard, unlike the NDP, who spent most of their time in government trying to shut Albertans' backyard.
The honourable member.
Thanks to the minister, and I'll cede the rest of my time to the member from Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
The honourable member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Chair, and it's a pleasure to rise here today for supplementary supply estimates. You know, my riding has the advantage of being surrounded by God's country, and so I will say that I have some of the most beautiful landscapes around my riding, and we have a majestic industrial park as well, and used car dealerships. So, but it is on a slightly different level as God's country surrounding. But it is a pleasure to be here today. You know, but one of the advantages of being surrounded next to God's country is that many of the individuals and families in the two ridings that surround Spruce Grove and Stony Plain come to Spruce Grove and Stony Plain to shop, to work.
My apologies, honourable member.
Excellent.
I see the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods, remaining 7 minutes.
Thank you. So very quickly in the 7 minutes, I want to say thank you to the Minister of Finance, who's already committed to sharing some more information around that essential worker initiative. But just to make sure I'm asking all the questions I have, would the minister be willing to provide a breakdown of where that $47 million, how it's been distributed, who has received that? And then secondly, you talked about using the money that had no strings attached. Can you clarify that strings attached to that matching? Was that at a 1-to-1 basis, or some provinces have reported 3-to-1, where the feds would be the 3 and the province the 1?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can confirm that the sharing, the FedProv sharing of that funding was 75-25, as the member opposite has noted in other provinces. And I will commit to the member opposite that we will provide the information in terms of the details of where the funds that we did receive, where they were advanced and to which department.
The honourable member.
Much appreciated. I will cede our final 5 minutes to my colleague.
The honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll begin with questions to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. In the item 2.5, the government indicates that it will transfer $25 million to the Alberta Enterprise Corporation. In its recovery plan, the government promised an additional $175 million to AEC, which was a very welcome step after the original open hostility to the tech sector by the government upon coming into power. Now, having said that to the minister, so at the moment we see that there's been a $25 million investment. My question is, will that continue to be an incremental investment over years, or what is the time frame around the 175 commitment?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And every now and again, this is something word that may come up every now and again. You may hear somebody on our side use the term of a socialist every now and again to maybe describe something on the other side. But I've heard on the other side that they may even describe that member as the capitalist amongst the socialists over there on the other side. So I don't know if that's a better burn than anything else. I don't know if that's helpful, but Madam Speaker, he may want to clip this for social media, but I've heard he may be the capitalist on the other side. When it comes to the Alberta Enterprise Corporation, this is an accounting exercise because it is an investment vehicle. The full $175 million will be made available over 3 years as they find the applicable ventures to deploy it into. That funding is available to them. We've given Alberta Enterprise Corporation the certainty that it requires to be able to have that investments going forward. And as they line up the venture capital, those funds will be deployed.
The honourable member.
So just to clarify, thank you, Minister, so what that means is that AEC can go out knowing they have the additional 175, even if they don't have it today. I appreciate and have experience working with them, knowing that setting up funds takes time, but they can commit that dollar amount even if they don't have it in their bank account today.
Minister.
I can confirm that the full $175 million over 3 years is available to the Alberta Enterprise Corporation.
The honourable member.
Great. So still with AEC, but now talking a little bit about the Accelerate Fund 3. So the government invested an additional $5 million into the fund. Of course, the Accelerate Fund 3 is investing exclusively in Alberta companies. Is the government planning to increase that fund at all, or is any of the $175 million going into the Accelerate 3 fund, or is that a decision left up to AEC exclusively? And if the minister can comment if there is a plan to increase funding for that fund.
The honourable minister.
Thank you so much. Again, the discretion for how to allocate is left to the Alberta Enterprise Corporation. That this was their first investment amongst this new tranche of funds to go out. The decision as to further resources or further allocations would be left to the Alberta Enterprise Corporation.
Great, and so I will, thank the minister for that commitment. As again, funding to the AEC has benefited Alberta as far as attracting investment, as far as putting us on the map. It's welcome news to the community. And I will remind the minister, the community also has asked for and what stacked very nicely with funding to AEC was, of course, an investor tax credit, which the minister will know, talking to industry, that helped really compound the effect of the increased investment to the AEC. And that was more of a question than a comment. Madam Chair, in my final moments here that I believe I have, I just want to talk really quickly about funding. So the federal government committed targeted support to the innovation ecosystem through the National Research Council and WED, or Western Economic Diversification. They paid off in sustaining the sector and launching new technologies, which of course helped us during this pandemic. The minister knows that the tech sector is looking for additional supports, and so in addition to the essentially the shred that was reinstated, or the one program, are there further plans within the existing budget for supports to really catapult our technology space?
The honourable minister.
Thank you. I think we're almost out of time here, but we can always have a discussion offline if I don't get it fully answered. But we are working with the federal government to try and leverage every single dollar. Alberta Innovates always tries to get matching funds from the federal government. I also had a meeting recently with the Digital Supercluster based out of Vancouver.
To interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 48 agreed to on November 24, 2020, the allotted time of 3 hours has now lapsed. So I must now put the following question. Those members in favour of the resolutions for the 2020-21 Supplementary Supply Estimates General Revenue Fund for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. Carried. Shall the vote be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. I would now like to invite the Honourable Government House Leader to move that committee rise and report the 2020-21 Supplementary Supply Estimates General Revenue Fund. The Honourable Government House Leader.
What was that?
To move to rise and report.
Well, I so moved.
Having heard the motion to rise and report, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
The honourable member for Airdrie East.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Supply has had under consideration certain resolutions reports as follows and requests leave to sit again. The following resolutions relating to the 2020-21 supplementary supply estimates for the General Revenue Fund for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021 have been approved. Advanced education expense, $65,389,000. Agriculture and forestry expense, $72,608,000. Financial transactions, $500,000. Children's services expense, $53,781,000. Community and Social Services expense, $118,492,000. Culture, multiculturalism, and the status of women expense, $3,215,000. Education expense, $469,826,000. Energy expense, $513,594,000. Financial transactions, $104 million. Environment and Parks expense, $302,984,000. Health expense, $1,303,227,000. Indigenous Relations Financial Transactions, $500,000. Jobs, Economy and Innovation expense, $282,500,000. Financial transactions, $25 million. Justice and Solicitor General capital investment, $10,835,000. Labor and immigration expense, $325,943,000. Municipal affairs expense, $1,289,685,000. Financial transactions, $76,800,000. Seniors and housing expense, $31,100,000. Transportation expense, $133,764,000. Capital investment, $468,383,000. Treasury Board and Finance expense, $2,436,000. Committee of Supply has also approved the following amounts to be transferred. Transfer from Advanced Education expense vote to Transportation expense vote, $1 million. Transfer from Labor and Immigration expense vote to Agriculture and Forestry expense vote, $3 million. Transfer from Community and Social Services expense vote to Transportation expense vote, $1 million. Transfer from Labor and Immigration expense vote to Transportation expense vote, $1 million. Transfer from Indigenous Relations Financial Transactions vote to Seniors and Housing Financial Transaction vote, $1,389,000.
Honourable members, does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 61-3, following the Committee of Supplies report on the supplementary supply estimates, the Assembly immediately reverts to introduction of bills for the introduction of the Appropriation Act. Introduction of bills. The Honourable the President of Treasury Board and the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to introduce Bill 50, the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2020. This being a money bill, Her Honour, the Honourable the Lieutenant Governor, having been informed of the contents of this bill, recommends the same to the Assembly. The bill requests a total of $5.7 billion from the General Revenue Fund, mainly for the COVID-19 response and Alberta's recovery plan. I ask all my colleagues in the Legislative Assembly to support this bill to help the province fight the pandemic and mitigate its economic impacts. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adjournment of the Assembly to 7:30 p.m.
Sorry. You're more than welcome to move adjournment after we vote on first reading, and then I can call upon you again and you can move adjournment at that time. So if you're fine with that, and we're fine with that, the Honourable the President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance has moved first reading of Bill 50, Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2020. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable, go ahead.
Supplementary Supply Act 2020 has now been read a first time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move adjournment of the Assembly until 7:30 p.m.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board to adjourn until this evening at 7:30 p.m. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned until 7:30 p.m.